Good morning, everyone. We'll bring this meeting of the Board of County Commissioners to order. If we could get the roll call, please.
Chair
Present.
Commissioner Clay Murphy,
I'm here.
Vice Chair Commissioner Ann Taylor,
Present.
Commissioner Christian Whitehurst,
Present.
Commissioner Sarah Arnold,
Present.
and Commissioner Krista Joseph.
Present.
Thank you so much. We'll now have the invocation by Rabbi Levi Vogel, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance by Lieutenant Colonel Bill Dudley, United States Air Force.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, source of all life and blessing, we thank you for the opportunity to gather today in service of our community. We ask your blessing upon this honorable body, upon our county commissioners, staff, and all those entrusted with the responsibility of leadership. Grant them wisdom, clarity, and integrity as they deliberate and make decisions that affect the lives of so many. May their work be guided by a deep sense of responsibility, compassion, and respect for the dignity of every human being, each created in your image. We are reminded by the timeless moral foundation given to all of humanity through the 7 Noahide laws, principles that call for justice, respect for life, family, property, and the recognition that moral order is essential for a peaceful and thriving society. May these universal values inspire us to act with honesty, kindness, and accountability in both public service and in daily life. Bless our county with safety, prosperity, and unity. Help us work together across differences, seeking the common good and strengthening the bonds that connect us as neighbors and citizens. May the efforts of this assembly bring blessing to all who live here and make peace, cooperation, and goodwill prevail in our community. And let us say Amen.
If everyone would please follow me in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of our nation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, everyone. It's my honor to present this proclamation to recognize January 2026 as Human Trafficking Awareness Month. If Catherine Alton and I see Kelly Franklin out there and anybody else who would like to come up for this proclamation, please join me. And Shelby, if you would read it into the record.
A proclamation by the Board of County Commissioners, St. Johns County, Florida. Whereas human trafficking is the recruitment, harboring, transportation, provision, or obtaining of a person for labor or services through the use of force, fraud, coercion for the purpose of forced labor or sexual servitude. And whereas human trafficking is a $150 billion a year global criminal enterprise and is a crime as well as a civil and human rights violation. And whereas the United States government estimates that between 600,000 to 800,000 individuals are trafficked across international borders each year, and in 2024, Florida had the 3rd highest number of human trafficking cases in the United States, with approximately 1,830 cases reported and 1,874 identified victims. And whereas more awareness and education is crucial to eradicating human trafficking in our communities, state, and nation. And now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of St. Johns County, Florida, that January 2026 be designated as Human Trafficking Awareness Month to recognize, encourage, and support survivors and their families in the fight against the exploitation of women, men, and children, passed and adopted by the St. Johns County Board of County Commissioners of St. Johns County, Florida, this 20th day of January 2026.
Thank you, Shelby. Would you like to say a few words?
That would be wonderful. Thank you so much. My name's Kathy Altman. I'm co-president of the American Association of University Women, the St. Augustine chapter. And I'm here today with Kelly Franklin, who is the CEO of the Betty Griffin Center, our local abuse shelter and outreach agency. We want to extend our sincere thanks to Chair Clay Murphy, Vice Chair Ann Taylor, and Commissioners Christian Whitehurst, Krista Joseph, and Sarah Arnold, along with our law enforcement partner, Sheriff Robert Hardwick, and all of his associates. All of us are partners, our whole community is partners in trying to bring awareness to the existence of human trafficking in St. Johns County. And many people may think that this wouldn't be a problem in a nice, quiet county like ours. But when you occupy an interesting position in the state of Florida, sandwiched between Duval County and Volusia, Jacksonville and Daytona Beach, and we are on the thoroughfares of A1A, US 1, I-95, with easy access to I-75 and I-10. All of these are major thoroughfares that traffickers will use in trafficking victims up and down the state of Florida. And in addition, we have to realize that our state is heavily entertainment oriented. We have a lot of events here, and all of this draws traffickers through Florida, going to various locations, including right here in St. Johns County. So we appreciate the awareness that our commission and our county gives to this issue. If you see something, say something. And our partner, Betty Griffin Center, is our feet on the ground agency that has active outreach, shelter, and other resources for victims of human trafficking. And I would just like to give everyone their hotline number, which is a 24-hour hotline number, 904-824-1555. And this year is the first year that we have a statewide repository for data gathering, and this was approved in 2023 by our legislature. It's called Tipster, and I think it's going to be extremely helpful in tracking activity throughout the state of Florida. It's a centralized repository run by the University of South Florida. And there are they call it the 5 Ps that they're organizing their efforts around, and that is prevention, protection, prosecution, policy, and partnership. And I think those 5 areas are so critical to examining and trying to make more visible the issue of human trafficking, which is a very hidden, very invisible crime, yet it affects so many. And I wanted to just point out one thing that I thought was interesting, because this year, normally most of the attention in trafficking is on sex trafficking. However, interestingly enough, labor trafficking on a global-wide aspect is actually 3 times more prevalent than sex trafficking. And we do have labor trafficking issues here in Florida because of our large agricultural concerns. The other thing is they added a 3rd type of trafficking, which is called cyber exploitation. And that is what you've been reading about in newspapers and magazines, what they call sexting, sexploitation, coercing or encouraging people to share intimate photos and then disseminating them without permission. And many of you may have read just this past week on an app called Grok, G-R-O-K, where the app allows people to take real photos of real people and alter them into idealized photos, sexual or otherwise. And it's been like in the New York Times, and is becoming quite a problem. But yes, cyber exploitation has now joined labor and sexual trafficking. So it's just something to think about and to be aware of, and we appreciate our partners in our community in addressing this issue. So thank you very, very much, and thank you to all my partners here. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much. We will now move to our critical infrastructure update. Mr. Caldwell. Or we have a team. Great. Come on up. Team. You're recognized.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to move approval of the proclamation.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. You're recognized. Yes, thank you. We have a motion to second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Okay, thank you so much for that. Now we'll move to our update. You have the floor.
Good morning, Chair Murphy, Vice Chair Taylor, and Commissioners. Thank you for being here today to hear our presentation on infrastructure delivery. This presentation is going to be a very small snapshot to the scale, the complexity, and the momentum of your infrastructure delivery in St. Johns County. In 2025 alone, the team behind me have successfully delivered 61 capital improvement projects. Looking ahead in 2026, we have 51 projects are either entering into the beginning of construction or reach the completion of entirety. We're very excited for that momentum. And this does not even include our annual countywide programs such as sidewalk, drainage, bridge maintenance, those projects that are quietly and critically supporting our residents every day. The projects you're going to hear today does not represent the full breadth of our infrastructure program, but they do highlight some of the most significant effort of our team. And I wanted to begin by thank you for your vision, your leadership, your long-term investment in infrastructure. Without that, none of this would happen. This collectively represents $820 million in investment in infrastructure projects. They not only benefit our residents today, but the generations to come. So we thank you for your vision. Our strategic approach to funding is to maximize the federal state appropriation, grants, the developers' mitigation obligation, and really minimize the burden on our taxpayers. We think our approach aligns with your vision, your goals, and truly is the guiding principle that is guiding our CIP Oversight Committee that we have established. Of course, none of this happens without the extraordinary infrastructure delivery team right here in front of you. I wanted to use this moment to recognize our team: Dan Whitcraft, Jamie Locklear, Greg Caldwell, Neil Shinkry, Corey Bowens, Mike Robertson, Dick D'Souza, Wayne Larson, Wade Schroeder, and many others that work behind the scene. We also appreciate the participation from the Sheriff's Office, from Larry, Stephen from the school district. They are a rock star team. Today, we're looking into a very small window into the amount of coordination, problem solving, and commitment that goes into our infrastructures in St. Johns County. And I'm really, really proud of our team. So with that, I'm gonna bring Dan Whitcraft. He chairs our CIP Oversight Committee. He has provided steady leadership, helping prioritizing projects, strengthening our accountability and our transparency, and he's going to introduce his leadership team on the committee and the goals and mission of the committee. Dan?
Thank you, Joy. Chair, Commissioners, good morning. I hope you all had a great holiday. Welcome back. So as Joy mentioned before we get into the presentation, in addition to the infrastructure delivery team, which allows leadership from different departments to get together and collaborate about different projects, as you'll see in the presentation, there are a number of projects. So with that comes how do we manage it and how do we oversee both the budget and the scope of these projects. So we were tasked with developing an oversight committee. So myself, Greg Caldwell, Jamie Locklear, we actually oversee the CIP committee. That is for capital improvement, basically vertical projects. Dick D'Souza basically takes care of the horizontal. So with that, we have two main functions. We have the goal of putting in a process of checks and balances. So we're kind of an independent oversight committee. We don't build directly, but we oversee. And with the mission of making sure we don't deviate from the scope of the projects, and more importantly, and near and dear to my heart, is we stay within the approved budget. So that is really the core function of this CIP Oversight Committee. So with that, before we get started, I do want to give a shout out to Public Affairs and Savannah Evans for putting together this presentation. They did an outstanding job. So with that, we'll get it kicked off. There'll be a number of people coming up and speaking. We kind of broke it up into categories. So with that, we'll start with the public facilities. So in 2025, we completed the annex for the emergency operations. Looking ahead to 2026, as far as public facilities. As you're aware, all of these projects are in some state of either design or construction. We have the old jail renovation coming up. We have the Public Service Center that is also probably known to a lot of folks as the Permit Center. The new building will be completed here in early 26. What this does is it allows us to then start to utilize the existing Permit Center to start moving around some county departments and free up space. So this was a huge project for the infrastructure of the county. Next, we have the courtroom expansion. This is roughly $4 million with the outcome or the objective of creating 2 new courtrooms without expanding the footprint of the current court complex. So this was a big victory for us. Next, the medical examiner. This is a $6.5 million project completed. Right now, we are in the beginning of the design phase, working with Dr. Sneed on much needed space. So we're very excited about this project moving forward. Public safety. In 2025, Construction Services completed the award-winning tactical training facility. This was a real game changer for the Sheriff's Department. Looking ahead to 2026, we have the this is the Flagler Estates Fire Station 21. Should be completed early part of 26. It's a beautiful project out in Flagler Estates. We are doing the expansion of Fire Station 17. So back in late 24, the board approved funding to go ahead and start working on existing fire stations. We have all these new fire stations coming online. It was time to go back and start looking at built environments. So we are adding roughly 3,500 square feet, renovating the existing in Fire Station 17. Silverleaf, Fire Station 22, and the Sheriff's Substation. It's going to be an absolute gorgeous building when it's done. We are just recently kicked off construction of this project here. The Sheriff's Administration Building, roughly about 35 to 37,000 square feet. We are in late design phase for this, and we anticipate completion in late 2027. So with that, I'm going to bring up Ryan Kane. He's going to talk about parks.
Thank you, dear Chair, Commission. Ryan Kane, your Director of Parks and Recreation. It's exciting times as the county advances park projects with new and advanced facilities, maximizing the utilization of park impact fee dollars, TDT dollars from Category 3 recreation, and grants where possible, per the board's direction. We appreciate the cooperation with the internal departments to help us get these parks projects going on. These projects are bringing enhanced quality of life to the residents of St. Johns County. Mill Creek Park recently completed in March. It's home to 2 baseball fields, 2 softball fields, 1 oversized artificial turf field, providing park opportunities and ball fields in the World Golf Village, which was kind of a desert for public recreation. So that was an exciting opportunity that just opened, and the ball fields are active and highly involved. Solomon Calhoun Turf Field, this was completed in August. We just went through a full football season there. Provides expanded play 365 days a year through those major rainouts. Great opportunity for West Augustine to have that advancement and increase that play in that area. Field of Dreams expansion, this is one of the greatest programs in St. Johns County. If you've not been out to Field of Dreams, they have their opening day, January 31st, that will include the opening of these advancements here. This is much needed restroom facilities, especially ADA restroom facilities at the site. Concessions there, increased parking for the site, and it's nearing completion for January 31st. The North Beach Park improvements, this was also recently completed. This is increased parking and enhanced user experience. So really going along with the comp plan of trying to increase the public access to the beaches was a major driver of this. Additionally, we worked closely with the community to keep a lot of the green space and lawn that was really important to that local community. Nocatee Sand Volleyball, and this was really generated at the Recreation Advisory Board level with the community coming out and speaking for the need for this. Florida high schools recently added sand volleyball as a sport, and we're seeing the trickle-down effect for that and with the youth impact, and this provides that to the northern part of the county. Butler West Boat Ramp, find grant generated as well this at this site. Utilizing that grant, we extended the floating dock, creating a better user experience. If you're a boat user and you come in and you're trying to tie up to the dock and launch the boat off, if you don't have enough spots on that dock, it's very hard to manage. This provided that opportunity. Also improved the traffic flow at that site. Salem beachfront parking. This was part of a FCT grant. We just finished phase 3. Throughout the entire 3 phases, which have all happened in the last couple of years, we added 49 brand new parking spots for the beach access, restroom facility, great recreation opportunity included within that project. A couple other park improvements here to add in is Crescent Beach Boardwalk was an ADA beach walkover for the southern part of the county. In addition, while doing that, we added much needed 26 parking spots at that site. Treaty Park added 20 pickleball courts, new tennis courts, and a dog park that is so busy. It is incredible, and it's exciting to see. Continuing on, looking in advance to what's coming forward for us. Right now, a really exciting project that's about to kick off for us is Daily on Shores Parks Improvements. Again, a very community-led project. This community, this neighborhood came out and spoke for the needs and wants that they were looking for there. We heard that. We put that into the budget process utilizing impact fee dollars and are about to start the project, really hitting what the community was looking for and to gain access there. Increased green space, a walking trail, brand new skate park component in there, pickleball courts at the site is part of what's occurring there. Fort Matanzas Beach ramp improvements. This is in conjunction with the National Park Service. This is the end of our beach driving, and this was really securing this up and making this a better long-term solution. It was starting to fail a little bit from some of the washaway, and these improvements will be something that will really keep that beach driving accessible and be able to provide that at the southern part of the extent. Riverdale overflow parking, again, another fine grant led improvement. This is along State Road 13. This is improved parking and trailer parking. We had previously purchased the property across the street, and we will have overflow parking there, and we will have increased trailer parking for boat launch and getting access to the waterways. Next one up is the Porpoise Point vehicle ramp hardening. And this is just securing the site and creating a hardening there so that that beach driving to Porpoise Point continues to stay available and accessible to us. And additionally, it protects the neighborhood from storms as they come forward. Traditionally, every time a storm coming, Public Works is rushing out trying to drop sand at the site. And now this is designed to be able to take that away and be able to keep that secure there, but also keep that beach driving accessible. We all know how important that Porpoise Point location is to the community. One of our most exciting ones coming forward is the San Sebastian Boat Ramp in Park. This is the property that was purchased just across the bridge, 312 Bridge, behind the Home Depot location about 2 years ago by the board for $17 million. One of the most beautiful spots of land in the county was looking at being developed at one point in time, and this commission came forward and stepped forward and purchased the property for the community to have. This will be a boat ramp. We are going to start work on the ingress egress as well there at that site, and additionally to being a boat ramp will be a public access site for passive recreation that we're really looking forward to. Passetti Bay Neighborhood Park. Again, when I talk about a recreation desert in the World Golf Village area, this will be bringing more recreation to that World Golf Village area, and this will be more your passive park component with trails, basketball courts, and a dog park component included in there with a playground. This is kind of our famous bathroom park. It will now become a true park for that community, and so we're really excited about it as opposed to just being 10 parking spots and a bathroom out on the site. Up next, thank you, board.
Thank you, Ryan. So to continue the 2026 moving forward, Hastings Community Center / library. I don't know if you've had the opportunity to go out there. It's an absolute beautiful building. We are looking for completion sometime early 2026. Just a huge addition to this part of Hastings on Main Street. The Shearwater Community Park and Library. So this is a rendering of the community center. It will have both a library and parks community center. This is a true neighborhood park. The Northwest Regional Park in Greenbrier, we have just now broken ground on this particular park. Again, you know, it will be an absolute gorgeous park when it is completed. Northeast Community Park in Nocatee. We are right at the final stages. Actually, the last GMP is in front of the board today to be approved. In conjunction with the Northeast Park, we are making major improvements to the Davis Park. And this timeline was not just by mistake. We actually timed these together because we do think that there is the possibility of savings for general conditions by running these two parks or these two projects concurrent with each other. And as part of the Nocatee Northeast Park, we will also have a freestanding, roughly 19 to 20,000 square foot library that will be completed. Right now, we're looking at summer of 2027 for the park and the library. And last but not least, the Silverleaf Sportsplex, a true sports complex. If you have the opportunity to go out 16A, you can already see what this park is going to look like. It's incredibly impressive already what this project is going to end up being. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Greg Caldwell, and he's going to talk about roads.
Good morning, Commissioners. My favorite thing to talk about roads. So first of all, appreciate the Board of County Commissioners' support over the past couple of years to get us to the point of all the improvements that were made in 2025 and looking forward to the future. I want to also thank administration for all the support in getting these projects across the finish line. So back in 2025, Longleaf Pines Parkway was one of the projects we completed. We built it from a 2-lane to a 4-lane roadway. The big thing about this project, not only the improvements, but this was a change where the Board of County Commissioners made the developer pay up front for these improvements. So $15.1 million was developer contributions. Also, this project was delivered with less than 1% change orders. Another project we want to talk about is Michler Road and State Road A1A. These improvements increased the capacity of that intersection in this northeast part of St. Johns County. We did receive money from the state for these improvements. It is State Road A1A. So those improvements helped them as well, but we were able to work with them and get money into this project. Pine Island and US 1 signal, we heard the Board of County Commissioners made this one of their top priorities in the past. We were able to get a design and get this under construction last year and finish that. Feel like it's a major improvement for the overall area along US 1. We also received $2 million in grant funding through the state for this project. Racetrack Road, we widened the section between West Peyton Parkway and Bartram Park Boulevard to 6 lanes. These funds mostly came from Transportation Trust funds. This is an overall area that's going to increase the efficiency of that road segment. And then Silverleaf, this is one of the latest ones that we completed from Silverleaf Parkway down to International Golf Parkway and then through International Golf Parkway. This is a great roadway for St. Johns County. It aligns with the north-south corridor improvements that we're looking to do. This was a project that was completed, and we had a great partnership with the design engineer and the contractor. We just had our ribbon cutting not too long ago on this section. State Road 16 and South Francis Road, this came up during last year, and we reached out to the DOT local office. They were able to work with us and provide 50% of the funding to come up with a temporary design so we can get this up and under construction, and it is operational today. But this was a great way that relationships between St. Johns County and the DOT allow projects to move forward. And even if they're not programmed in the DOT 5-year work program, they support us in making sure that there's improvements and safety improvements whenever necessary. State Road 207 and Brinkoff is another intersection improvement. Brinkoff Road has connected into Wildwood Drive. This is also, there are some Publix and shopping centers in this general area. The signal helps with efficiency of the movements of this intersection as well as improves the safety of the overall area. And then Summer Haven. This is a project that started back with Hurricane Matthew when it was impacted this area. And over the course of some time, 2016 is when Hurricane Matthew hit us. There's a lot of other impacts that kept hitting this general area. But the good thing about this project, it is complete. We rebuilt the rock revetment, rebuilt the road. This mitigates against future impacts from storms. But also 75% of these funds should come from FEMA for reimbursement to the county, as well as another 12.5% coming from the state. So this costs the county 12.5% from the local taxpayers. And then looking forward, because we are looking forward to already 2026, Colonnade and Preservation Trail intersection up in Nocatee. This project is already been awarded to a contractor. Construction should start momentarily, and it will be complete hopefully by the end of the summer this year. This is a full new signalized intersection. State Road 16A and Timberwolf Trail. This is adjacent to a new school that was established a couple years ago, as well as two park projects. So we are working hand in hand to do intersection improvements. The expectations are that this project is under construction this summer. Regalo Road. This project is currently under construction. It's adjacent to Palencia Village Drive. This is going to add a secondary access point for the overall area, as well as provide additional parking for the school and the park after it's completed. This is a big one, State Road 16 and International Golf Parkway improvements. This project is currently under construction right now. The key thing is 2209 has been constructed. It has not been connected in the State Road 16 yet. That is coming. That is coming in the next 60 to 90 days. First phase of this project is to connect 2209 into State Road 16. So that is going to offer a secondary access point for the overall area. This project is going extremely well. We have a great contractor moving forward with this project, but this is going to 4-lane between 2209 all the way through International Golf Parkway, as well as full intersection improvements at International Golf Parkway and State Road 16. As you can see, we received over $17 million in grants for this project. Another major improvement near and dear to my heart, it's right next to our complex, is the Stratton Boulevard signal on State Road 16. This is a series of 4 different signals. This is the DOT U-turn type of scenario, but they will all be signalized, and this will help out the Culvers, the UPS store, St. Johns County Public Works, as well as other commercial features in the area. This project is currently under construction and will be complete this year. As County Road 210 West widening, this project is starting to take shape. If you've been out there lately, you can see paving is starting to come across from Cimarron West. A lot of these projects are starting to form. The second bridge has been completed. So this is moving forward with the expectation that it's done and completed and open in the May of 2026. This also includes major intersection improvements at Veterans, County Road 210, and Greenbrier. County Road 210 East. This section, I think I'll be the happiest person in the world once this one is complete. This project, if you've been out there lately, there's paving on both sides of the road. Next week, we actually will separate the traffic on the north side and the south side to finish up the medians with an expectation that this project is complete April of this year. And we do not see anything from stopping us from meeting that goal. Also, there is a signal at Cumberland that should go into operation within the next couple of weeks. Greenbrier Road is another section that is currently under construction with some of the developers west of the Veterans intersection. This project is currently in design and permitting with St. Johns County with the expectation that we should have all what we need to bid this out this year and start construction. First thing that we will do is clear it and get the utilities relocated out of our way and then start construction. Kings Estate Road Corridor. This is a project that we have broken up into multiple phases just because of the size and cost of the project. We have bid out the first phase, which is Hilltop Road. That will come back to the board to award that contract, and construction will commence the first part of next year. I'm sorry, first part of this year. It's already 2026. And with that, I'm going to turn this over to Neil Shinkry to talk about utility projects.
Commissioners, good morning. Neil Shinkray. Certainly, it's going to be very difficult for me to follow that amazing order and entourage of projects that will benefit our communities for years to come. Wouldn't you agree with me that these projects are just good looking? Commissioners, I'm just setting the expectations. In contrast, the utility projects are not so good looking, but they're resourceful and they're necessary for us. The best compliment a utility can receive is just silence. The reason is because when the system works, it's invisible, and when it doesn't, it is unacceptable. And we just love it that way. 2025 marked a great year for us. We finished 25 projects, over 25 projects, budgeting about $200 million, with probably investing about $90 million back into the community right away, with a common goal to make sure every customer feels that when they needed that water, it's there for them. That's, again, we like it that way. 25 features three main things. One is reliability, redundancy, capacity, and I'll add one more, R&R from the project. So with that, I'll briefly go with our project. This one, I love this project because what it brings about is the technology. If you look at that, we use micro-tunneling, directional drill, maximize those technologies for this project. Very smooth project, very minimal disruptions for our community, traffic. That's what we like, invisible. This project is not as so invisible, but it will boost the pressures and fire flow, provide redundancy, provide reliability for that State Road 16 corridor around that 208 area. Another thing I like about this project, because it transfers what I call the good quality water or cheaper producing water from the north to the south to our south customers. Another storage tank, another reliability, another redundancy project in our northwest parts, very needed. This project would also serve us, making sure that our customers get that needed water pressures when they need it. This is one of my favorites in Hastings. I think I've presented this to you before. It's completed now, and this project brings a lot. This almost tripled the fire flow to this community in downtown area. And what's amazing about this is this will set a stepping stone. You can call it a building block for this community for revitalization in that downtown. That community is so much wanting this project. So this is a great project for this community. 2026, a look ahead. Really, what I want to say before I start is this is going to be a unique start of a new cycle for us. I think I've mentioned to you all, I call it the age of the regulatory renaissance. We're here to mitigate it. We're accepting the challenge from Tallahassee, but that will need a lot of funding and infrastructure needs. Second, we're going to be securing water supply for the next 20 years. And last but not least, as sort of our cap for our next 5 years starting this year, is the environmental stewardship and resourceful water conservation that we're going to really take up that challenge to provide that 100% reclaimed water for irrigation for our community. And that's going to set about 100 projects that will total 500 to 600 million for the years to come here. This is a project that is going to be complete next year. I love this project. I call it a 10 by 10, 10 for the level of difficulty, and 10 with my personal rating, 10 out of 10. The reason is because it got completed in 3 years. It will be completed in 3 years. Extremely difficult project to coordinate. You're talking about 5, 6 agencies, our purchasing department, our land management department, or even our legal, everybody getting together, our contractors, and more specifically our staff, our engineering team getting together to make this happen. Smoothest project, no change orders, right on time. It'll be completed for the community, transferring reclaimed water from our south part where it's available to the north part where we need it, all right? So this one, again, is sort of a continuation for that same grid. If you've traveled on State Road 16, commissioners, you will see this pipeline on the right hand, the east side of the community. It's about a 6-mile project in total. The first one is getting completed very quickly here, and the second one will follow, estimated to be complete this year again, on time, on budget, no change orders. This one you've already seen. It's our staple 207 wastewater facility, again, boring but needed. This is west of 95 on 207. Amazing things about this project, it's a $190 million facility or contract. This facility that you see is about $123 million. Two things I want to mention: state-of-the-art, AI-ready, automated, and most importantly, what I love is we're going to be removing about, I would say, about 1 million pounds over the next 20 years of nutrients in the Matanzas. So I love that environmental stewardship part. This is another project in Hastings. I should add another one to that. I forgot to put that slide. It's in North Beach communities. Those two projects will provide reliability and redundancy in these communities. These communities have worked for ages, for 20, 30 years now, with just one kind of train that supports the entire community. Unacceptable. These projects will provide backups, reliability, redundancy, generator backups, new electrical systems, again, providing that water when they need it 100% of the times. To be completed shortly. Again, the water supply that I mentioned for the next 20 years, commissioners, Trout Creek is going to be a new project for us that will resourcefully add the new sort of water in the future for 20 years to come with our growing needs in our Northwest area. So this will be again, state-of-the-art facility. Another thing important is we're proud of that other utilities don't do. We remove sulfates and taste and odor. Invest a little money, but it's really a good bang for the buck for this. A huge project that is yet to come, $45 million that we anticipated, plus probably 6 to 8 wells, Floridan wells, that will also provide water to this project. Lastly, again, boring but needed, wastewater facility expansion for our Northwest wastewater. Again, needed, setting a stage for capacity for the next 20 years for this community. Again, automated, fully automated, AI-ready, and resourceful. Commissioners, that allows me to bring my good friend Corey Bowen here. Every project you see, land management touches upon. Again, I appreciate Jamie Lockley and her office. Again, they help us with everyone, and not to forget Gordon Smith, Scott Trigg, and their team of engineering really support everything I've said. I've just come here and spoken today. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Vice Chair, Commissioners. Happy New Year. Corey Bowens, Land Management Director. I appreciate Neil pointing out some of what land management does. We are a small but mighty team. Many of the projects that you see from Public Works, utilities, Parks and Rec, even facilities, really don't get their start until either some form of easement or land is acquired before they can actually get the proposal and start the project. So with that, I do appreciate Neil recognizing the team. I'm going to touch on just a couple of small projects, not small, large projects, more notable for land management this year. As you're aware, the Summer Haven Management Retreat Program was something board directed staff to work towards as a long-term solution. The board has spent a lot of money and a lot of time trying to address some of the critically eroded portions of this area. I can report to you that for 2025, we were successfully able to acquire 5 properties. We are currently anticipating 4 more to come before the board. There's 4 that we're in negotiations with, and we have 7 more other appraisals. So we've received positive feedback from the residents in that area that want to participate in this program. And I'll reiterate, it is purely voluntary. Next, we have, touching on land acquisition management plan. These are the Bishop Estate acquisition, 2 of the 3 parcels. So the larger Bailey Ranch parcel is being handled by Florida, what is it, Florida National Trust. They're going to work towards acquiring state and federal lands, but we were successfully able to acquire the riverfront lots, the 2.7 acres in January at appraised value. Lastly, we have the Hawkins Island acquisition. So this was a little over 14 acre maritime salt marsh forested island just south of 312 that the list price, I believe, was like 1.6, but we were successfully able to acquire that at 5.65 acres as part of the LAMP program. That concludes my portion. I will now pass this on to Dr. Joseph Giamanco to cover the coastal projects.
Morning, Chair, Commissioners. Joe Giamanco. I'll be talking about coastal management projects. So the first project I'm going to be bringing up is our North Ponte Vedra project. This is in response to the 2024 storms. As you recall, a couple years ago, we did the renourishment of the full 9 miles. However, those couple of storms did some damage to some of the areas in North Ponte Vedra. And so we are right now into kind of the preliminary design, working with FEMA, working with other partners to really kind of hone in on exactly where we need to place some sand. I will be coming back to the board probably in the next 2 or 3 months here to really get into the weeds with this project so you understand where we are and what the funding and how we're going to be able to proceed with this project. South Ponte Vedra, this is something that you've seen before. We have gone through with FEMA. This is just about fully funded. We are right now waiting for some permits and the final design before we get to move forward with this. Again, this is also another project I'll be coming back when we get to those milestones to present exactly where we are and go into construction. This project should be completed sometime this year if we get all our final permits in place. And the last project I'm going to talk about is the Ponte Vedra, South Ponte Vedra Coastal Storm Risk Management, or shortly we call it a CSRM project. This is in cooperation with the Army Corps, and some of the goals that we've had in coastal management is to really work with our federal partners to get the majority of the beach under a partnership with the Corps, because that brings a lot of additional funding and long-term stability to the beach. And so this project, although will not be completed in 26, it most likely be a couple of years out, but there's a lot of associated pieces that go to this project to help with cost share that you'll see me coming back to you and talking about and trying to work on getting this project fully funded. It's a large project, and it's, again, for 50 years, a lot of money in place with this. And the team behind me here, that reason why I kind of really got put into this is because of this major project, because we'll be talking with a lot of internal partners and trying to get this done. So that is our storm project, and I'm going to bring up Tom for the technology infrastructure. Thank you.
Good morning. Tom Tibbetts, ERP Systems Architect, and I'm going to provide an update on the ERP system. The ERP system implementation is an information and technology project that modernizes our business infrastructure. This is across the HR, payroll, procurement, and financial systems. I like to say it basically is how we manage every position and every penny. This is our biggest technology project for the county. It replaces decades-old, obsolete, and undersized systems. The ERP implementation project is on schedule. We launched over the past 4 weeks. We are currently focused on user support and stabilization, which is a large part of this project that takes several months. The ERP is a foundation for business management, so it will allow us to build further business improvements and enhancements over time. That concludes the presentation for the team on all of the projects. We appreciate your time, and we thank you for the opportunity to present that to you.
Thank you so much. That was a pretty comprehensive look back and look forward for our county. You guys are doing an amazing job. Mr. White, you have the floor.
Yep. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Check. Everybody hear me? Can't hear me. Thank you for Hello?
Yeah. Is there any way just to stop that? Okay, now you should be able to speak.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to prolong what was a thorough and comprehensive presentation. Just a couple of things to touch on. The permit center, Mr. Whitcraft. I just want to reassure people, because when that was initially funded, there was some confusion about where the funding was coming from. I want to confirm that we are not spending one penny of tourist development tax dollar, not one penny of sales tax, gas tax, and certainly not from our precious property tax dollars.
That is correct.
That's all coming from the permits that are being
That is correct.
purchased. Okay. And something else I noticed about the presentation that I want to highlight is the financial transparency.
Yes.
Every project, which by the way, you could do a limited Netflix series on each and every one of these projects, but we don't have time for that. I mean, these are complex and time consuming. It took years to put that into a 30-minute presentation. It's years of people's lives, years of people's efforts and funding. But the financial transparency was important because what it jumped out to me is you guys have done a fantastic job of seeking out every grant opportunity possible. You're maximizing these impact fees and really activating the impact fees that we're getting from new developments here in St. Johns County. So I just wanted to commend you all. You're doing such a wonderful job. I wish the 350,000 residents in St. Johns County could see how hard you're working and how you're improving the quality of life. But for whatever it's worth, I see it. You guys are doing a wonderful job. And as a commissioner and as a resident, I just want to say thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Joseph, you have the floor.
All right. I just think it was amazing, the presentation. I respect Dan Whitcraft, Ryan Kane, Greg Caldwell, Neil Shrinky, Corey Bowen, Joe Giamacco, Tom Tibbetts. I think it's wonderful, and I don't want to put a damper on it, but I think public comment, I mean, we're missing public comment. I don't want to see it gone. This was 45 minutes. It could have been an agenda item, but I'm not attacking the chair. I just want to acknowledge the people that are sitting there thinking they had public comment right away. So anyway, just thank you for everything you've done, and that was very comprehensive, and I think everyone needs to know what's going on. And I mean, I learned something today too, so thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, now, and I think thanks is an understatement. I don't know how to put it any better than that, but we're going to move on. Any deletions to the consent agenda, Commissioner Arnold? And let's see, Commissioner Joseph. Yeah, you're recognized. We got a new system, so you're going to have to give us a second. Thank you. And Commissioner Whitehurst? You have.
There I am. All right. Yes, sir. I need to pull number 26 from the consent agenda with apologies to staff. Last week when I had my briefing, I didn't know, but I have a clarifying question about keeping the Northwest Tower funds in the northwest part of the county, just to give you a heads up, but I'll need to pull that just to get some clarifying language.
Okay, we'll pull 26 and make it 9 for now on the regular agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That might change. Okay, Commissioner Taylor, anything? Okay, thank you so much, and I have none. Do we have a motion to approve? Public comment on the consent agenda. Okay, sorry, thank you. Yeah,
Tom Reynolds, 112 RE, AI 32080. Anyways, I want to use this consent agenda time because I got to tell you something. Was that ever impressive, that presentation? It was incredible. And I got to tell you something. I couldn't even find one flaw in the whole thing. And it just, I tell you, like Commissioner Whitehurst said, I sure hope that the 350,000 people, at least half of them, take a good look at it, because I'm telling you, that's the most impressive thing I've seen in about 10 or 15 years.
Okay, anyone else for public comment on the consent agenda? Okay, seeing none, we'll close public comment. Now, a motion to approve. We have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye. Aye, and opposed? Thank you. That's passed. Additions, this is a new system, so if everybody would push their button, it'll go a lot quicker. Thank you. Any additions or deletions to the regular agenda? Ms. Arnold?
I have none.
Okay. Commissioner Joseph, do you have any? No. Okay. Commissioner Whitehurst, do you have any?
I have none, Mr. Chairman.
And Commissioner Taylor, do you have any? Any? Okay. I'm looking at that secret squirrel window back there, Tom. Okay, I have none either. Did we go to public comment now?
No, Commissioner.
We do have one, sorry.
Yeah, Economic Development staff would like to pull agenda item 6. That's the Urban Flex Economic Development Project. There's some minor revisions. We expect that to be on the February 3rd agenda.
Okay, regular agenda item number 6 is being pulled for another agenda item. Okay. Public comment? For the agenda, isn't that right?
Commissioner Murphy, I want to move approval of the regular agenda
Thank you
as
so
amended.
much. Okay, do we have an approval? Do we have a second? I'll second. Okay, we have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, and opposed? Okay, that passes. Now we're going to general public comment.
At this time, the board will hear general public comment on matters that are not scheduled for action on today's agenda. When addressing the board,
Test 1, 2. I think mine's working. I'm just going to turn this thing off for now. Is that all right? All right. Tom, you got any wisdom for us back there? Yeah, sure. Well, right now we'll hear general public comment. See if you can. Okay. So anyway, 3 minutes. Step on up. I see you're already ready to go. So.
Tom
Go.
Reynolds, 112 RE AI 32080. My public comment today is, thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor. Commissioners, as you know, there's a lawsuit. St. Johns County is getting sued by the Robinson Improvement Company. And it's understandable, you know, they're mad. But I want to tell you, I'm super disappointed that it's the Douglas Law Firm. Now, the Douglas Law Firm is the city of St. Augustine Beach's contracted city attorney. And why I find that so troubling is that that law firm is suing us, and St. Augustine Beach is in there. They're suing themselves. Now, I want to remind you. And I want you to know that City Hall is awesome. Mr. Royal is absolutely the best high-ranking government official I have come across in 50 years of going to public meetings. And Douglas Law Firm, I brought it to the commission, the Beach Commission, that they're suing. And they couldn't do a thing about it. They wouldn't even address it, that they're suing. And I just want to remind you who's in the Douglas Law Firm. Jeremiah Ray Blocker, partner of the law firm, the man who was a county commissioner. And I just find it so odd that he would sue the county or have anything to do with suing the county. I want to point that out to you because, see, A lot of people, they might not know this, but Blocker is 100% disabled. He pays no taxes. And he thinks that he can get away with a lot of things. And I want to remind this commission that Jeremiah Ray Blocker in this room broke state law, broke the county ordinance, and discriminated against women. So when it comes budget time for the city of St. Augustine Beach, I really hope you'll remember these things. Because to me, all that money that from beach services is going to the absolutely out of control police department that they have there. Now, City Hall, I just want to repeat, they are excellent workers. Across that parking lot where the cops are, I've never seen so much out of control spending in my life as that police force. Thank you very much for taking public comment.
Thank you. And guys, we have three podiums up here. If you guys want to come on up and just be ready to go, we'll do the honor system of who's first. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Madam Vice Chair of the Commission, our fellow commissioners, our county manager. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today with regard to, can we have our slides, please? With regard to St. Augustine Village. St. Augustine Village has an opportunity to redefine aging as we know today in St. Johns County. The past 22 months, we've had many hands and hearts working to create this village. These are complex things to be able to do just that. We've had enormous outpouring from the city, the county, but most importantly from the residents itself. Our residents, our partners include the Sheriff's Office, the Council on Aging, Lifelong Learning Institute at Flagler College, and the City of St. Augustine. The challenge. Next slide, please. Oh, I can do it. Sorry about that. America, St. Johns County face growing aging crisis. As you all know, the number of people 55 and older in our county is 28% or perhaps higher. Isolation and loneliness does not discriminate against by zip code, rather. There are lonely people in Ponte Vedra, there are lonely people in Flagler Estates, there are lonely people in Hastings. And the village has an opportunity to address all of that. Highlighted in the recent Surgeon General's report is just that. Aging and loneliness equate to more than a pack of cigarettes a day in terms of the effects on our health. The village movement is 22 years old. There are 280 villages, not only nationwide, but throughout North America, including places like Newfoundland. The Village-to-Village Network, headquartered in Washington, D.C. Examples of successful villages include San Francisco and Washington, D.C. San Francisco, that village has grown to more than 600 members. In Washington, D.C., I would point out they have 11 villages. They have a line item of $1 million a year just to support these villages. And the reason that elected officials like it, very cost effective, and the reason villages like it because they're grassroots and they're not government. I was fortunate enough to co-found a village in St. Louis 11 years ago. I returned recently to celebrate its 10-year anniversary, and just looking around that room, the difference in many of those lives was just amazing. So it really supports aging safely and independently while people live in a home. Community support includes a number of people. Florida's model for aging in place. Really, I think we have an opportunity to become just that, where people see St. Johns County as a destination to relocate to Florida. Visit St. Augustine is currently, we're in discussions with them to create a portal. When they go on there, they would see the village as a place to meet friends and to be able to do just that here. We're going to do it in a scalable way that will allow us to build villages throughout all of St. Johns County. So with that, a little bit short in terms of my time, but grateful for the opportunity to be here today to be able to present some of that to you. So going to introduce the rest of our team and a couple of villages who are also going to make testimonies. Thank you all.
Great. Thank you so much. And again, if everyone can please move up so that each of you are at a mic, that will help us move much quicker. Thanks so much. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, commissioners.
My name's Sunny Fatima. I'm a Flagler College graduate, and I thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'm the inaugural executive director of St. Augustine Village. I'm also a Flagler College graduate, and I'm here on behalf of our board, volunteers, and older adults who are already asking for support. St. Augustine Village is a community-based nonprofit serving residents age 55 and older. We are built on the village-to-village model, a nationally proven approach that has been operating successfully for more than 22 years across the country, and now one has developed in Canada as well. So we are proud to be the 6th village in Florida and the 1st in Northeast Florida, serving St. Johns County. Specifically in St. Augustine, we are working on a hub and spoke model, and St. Augustine is our first spoke. St. Johns County is experiencing a rapidly growing senior population. Along with that growth comes increased isolation, transportation barriers, and difficulty accessing basic services, especially for residents on fixed incomes. When these needs go unmet, the result is increased reliance on emergency services, hospitals, and social support systems. St. Augustine Village provides a preventative community-based solution. We offer transportation support, referrals to vetted service providers, and social connection through volunteers. Most importantly, we create one coordinated access point so older adults can get help early before small issues become crises. Villages across the country have demonstrated reduced emergency calls and hospital visits, delayed assisted living placement, and strong outcomes by leveraging volunteers and partnerships rather than costly interventions. It is high impact with low public investment. Today, we are requesting one-time startup funding to formally launch St. Augustine Village. Ongoing costs will be sustained through grants, donations, partnerships, and membership dues, not long-term county dependency. The primary use of these funds is lean, accountable leadership, including partial funding for the executive director role, support for volunteer coordination, and basic infrastructure such as branding and a key website. Our operational roles are already volunteer-led. This organization is ready. We have an engaged board, committed volunteers, strong community partnerships, and residents already requesting services. Your investment will help older adults age safely and independently, strengthen community resilience, and reduce long-term county costs while supporting a model that is scalable and sustainable. Thank you for your time, your leadership, and your consideration. Thank you.
Good morning, commissioners. My name is Maria Snacey. I am Vice President of St. Augustine Village and a member. I live at 506 Pescado Drive, Madera, St. Augustine. I have lived in Florida for 20 years and 10 in St. Johns County. I am a retired school teacher who taught in both Duval and St. Johns counties. I am divorced. I have no children or siblings, and I cared for my elderly parents in my home up to their death. So I have no close living relatives. I am blessed to have a lovely home, friends, and economic resources. I look forward to enjoying all the fun and educational activities and the gatherings of St. Augustine Village will offer. I am a two-time cancer survivor. Excuse me, I get a little emotional, sorry. I had double mastectomies with reconstructive surgery at the Mayo Clinic, where I received excellent care. My life is full, but navigating my cancer alone while living in Florida with no family was challenging, and at times it was heartbreaking for me. During my cancer event, I had the resources to hire help and a few casual friends who reached out. But basically, I was emotionally alone. It was a sad time. I was challenged to find rides to the hospital, even on the morning of my mastectomies. When you hire, it is difficult to find someone who can accompany you at 5 o'clock in the morning. St. Augustine Village is not officially open, but I am happy to report a support system has already formed. As a supportive villager, I recently occupied another villager to the hospital for his biopsy at 6 a.m. I picked him up. I drove him to the hospital. I waited while his biopsy was taking place and stayed with him until he was ready to be discharged. When released, I drove him home. When we arrived at his house, another villager brought over homemade chicken soup which we all enjoyed together. I stayed until he felt well enough to be alone. As I left his house, I thought how much I would have benefited from this type of kindness when I was overwhelmed with my hospitalization and my follow-up appointments. I am well, happy, and strong today. I live an active, fulfilled life, but someday I will again need a friend to sit with me and to drive me when needed. If you help us with funding the St. Augustine Village, there will be somebody there for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, me.
Okay, next.
Hi, I'm Chris Ronning, 403 Shamrock Road, at the bottom, the southern end of the South. Thank you for being here today. That's hard to follow. That really hit home. But you all know, I've spoken with all of you, that I oppose any sort of trail or path in my community, St. Augustine South. I could go into the reasons, but I do want to keep it short. And let's just look at the funding side of things. I believe we're talking about $1.6 million or so to create a project in my community that I could argue my community doesn't want and doesn't need. That's a lot of money to spend. I was very, very pleased to hear Director Kane talk about the San Sebastian River boat ramp project with such enthusiasm, such excitement. It's a mile up the intercoastal from where I live. It would create amenities and opportunities for the whole county, residents all over the county to come to use the boat ramps, the pavilions, the kayak launch, the restrooms, the parking. It's just a brilliant project. And I would put forward, why don't we consider reallocating the money for a trail project that we don't want in my community to the San Sebastian River boat ramp. You guys can do that. You have the ability to do that. I hope you consider it. Perhaps put a motion forward at some point to make that happen. And thank you very much for your time.
Good morning, Sherry Badger, 2772 South Collins Avenue. There was a big story this morning on Channel 30. It's going on right here in this county. This I got from a lady at work. She's my coworker. She takes care of her disabled husband and her mother. These management companies are coming in and running and doing things. This is like a 3-day legal notice. And we all know to get a legal notice, you have to go have an eviction notice in 3 days. They're taking advantage of people over in West Augustine. And I am bringing this to y'all's attention that these management companies, I'm giving you these papers that she gave me where maybe somebody can look into what's going on. I do not know the legal just, but I know when somebody's taking care of their disabled husband, disabled mother, and paying their rent on time, and having a first month $1,600 that she had to pay. And this is what's going right here, right now in this county. Maybe Channel 30 can hook up with some of y'all and y'all can look into it. God bless. Have a great day.
Thank you. Okay.
Is that
Next.
me?
Yep. Good morning.
Elizabeth Seaton, Saragossa Street, 32084. Thank you for listening to an 80-year-old woman. University of Florida and other reliable sources are stating that by the year 2030, St. Johns County will be 25% senior citizens. That means in 4 short years, St. Johns County will be working with 84,000 senior citizens. My own experience with aging and watching what my friends are going through, take my testimony, there's a wide spectrum of issues, challenges, and problems that come with aging. And you can't really plan for it because you don't know what's going to hit you personally. St. Johns County has some very good programs that we appreciate. But my experience and some of my friends' experience is that it gets very complicated because we almost qualify. We can't tick off that last pesky little box that would qualify us for a program. And so we fall through the cracks. My contention is that the village would be what's in it for the county. It would help pick up the slack and fill in the crack, because we have an ease for the county, because the flexibility that comes with the creativity that's allowed by the village would allow us to get our own issues and problems solved in an uncomplicated way. I believe that the simplicity of it and picking up the slack would help us, because it's unattainable in the current framework of the county programs. My second point that I would like to bring up is our mental health. It's already documented about loneliness and stuff, but it goes deeper than that. Many of us have a deep-seated desire to, well, sociologists are calling it intergenerational connectivity. Well, what that means is that we're aching to pass on our knowledge, our information, our wisdom to the future generations. We are hoping for chances to share, to mentor, to build a legacy, and connect with our young, energetic adults of today. I believe that the county would have a frugal use of funds by supporting a well-run, well-staffed village, because it will take a lot of the issues that are coming up. It's going to be the silver tsunami. That's basically it, because some of us are living what Thoreau called lives of quiet desperation. So you could solve that for us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, next. Good morning.
Oh, good morning. I'm Ray Coletti from Sevilla.
Yeah, pull that to you and speak
Sorry.
directly.
Good morning. I'm Ray Coletti. I live on Sevilla Drive, and I'm here in regards to the crossover. Recently, they updated Shores Boulevard into double lanes on either side.
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. This is for non-agenda items, and that's an agenda item. So we will not take that at this time.
What's an agenda item?
We actually have that scheduled for as an agenda item for today.
Yes.
Oh, we're going to do it today?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Somebody told me to come up here.
Yeah, sorry about that. No,
you can come up here just a little bit early.
Yeah, this is just for items that are not on the agenda today.
Okay.
And suddenly it's my turn.
Yes, it is. Good morning.
Thank you so much. Good morning. And I thank you, commissioners, for this opportunity. My name is Nancy Murphy, and I live at 22 Berenice. I'm here today representing myself regarding compassion, and regarding the human trafficking proclamation, I'm representing CARE, Community Advocates for Racial Equity. CARE is an informal, independent civic action group whose purpose is to serve underserved communities in St. Johns County by identifying resources and linking them with community needs as identified by community leaders. CARE thanks you for your proclamation recognizing January as Human Trafficking Awareness Month. CARE also thanks the Betty Griffin Center, AAUW, and other local NGOs for providing assistance and support for the victims of human trafficking. For the benefit of the public, I'd like to note that the National Human Trafficking Hotline can be reached at 888-373-7888. CARE knows from our ongoing dialogue with Sheriff Hardwick that identifying and locating both suspects and victims of human trafficking is one of the top priorities of the St. John's Sheriff's Office, and we would like to thank our Sheriff's Office for its efforts in this regard. Yesterday, we celebrated Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s birthday, and working to eliminate the scourge of human trafficking is an important aspect of building the beloved community that Reverend Dr. King envisioned here in St. Johns County. Thank you also for the opportunity to share my thoughts on your financial support of the village. I had the opportunity to actively participate in the building of and activities associated with a village my former husband co-founded. I witnessed and experienced its benefits firsthand. In fact, that experience was a factor in the building of this village. As the village in St. Augustine moves forward, it is my fervent hope and prayer that its members will also look back and actualize the tremendous potential by becoming what was originally envisioned, a compassionate village. Maybe there is even still time for the village to become the first intentionally formed compassionate village in the world. Joy Andrews and I have discussed the idea of St. Johns County becoming a compassionate county. I hope we are able to pursue that possibility soon. At yesterday's Reverend Dr. King gathering downtown, one of the MCs mentioned that Compassionate St. Augustine was present, but she referred to us as Compassionate St. John's. I hope she's a visionary like MLK. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning,
Good
Commissioners.
morning.
Hi, my name is Robin Thomas, and I'm the Executive Director for Compassionate St. Augustine, and I'm representing our founder, Karen Goldman, and our esteemed board members. My purpose here today is to express profound concerns regarding the continued consideration of public funding for the St. Augustine Village Initiative. Our organization previously engaged with the St. Augustine Village, led by Dr. Arthur Colbert. However, due to a series of significant and unresolved issues, Compassionate St. Augustine formally disassociated from this initiative. This decision was made due to numerous complaints from both our board members and participants who initiated or interacted with the village, highlighting a severe lack of transparency and serious governance challenges, particularly concerning its stated nonprofit status and financial practices. Specifically, these issues included credible accusations of severe financial mismanagement, concerns regarding the inappropriate of depletion of our organizational funds, and jeopardize our 501c3 nonprofit standings. As a direct consequence of these grave concerns, Compassionate St. Augustine formally issued a cease and desist letter to Dr. Arthur Colbert demanding an end to any public or private association of our organization with St. Augustine Village. Regrettably, despite this formal notice, Dr. Colbert continues to misrepresent Compassionate St. Augustine as a partner, which is misleading to the public and detrimental to our organization's reputation and mission. Given the gravity of these matters and implications for public trust and accountability in the use of community resources, we respectfully urge you to reevaluate the proposed funding for St. Augustine Village. We are prepared to provide comprehensive documents and further details to assist in this informed decision. Thank you for this opportunity to express Compassionate St. Augustine's concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Good morning, Chair Murphy, Vice Chair Taylor. My name is Salvatore Gentoli. I have with me Sandy Jackson. We're from SMA Healthcare. We are your nonprofit safety net provider over at 1880 San Sebastian View. We just wanted to come and give a really brief update on our services here in St. Johns County and what we have planned for the upcoming year. This won't take too long at all. So over the course of our last fiscal year, SMA Healthcare proudly provided services to over 1,800 citizens here in St. John's. At our St. John's office, we offer substance use and mental health outpatient therapy, psychiatric medication management, and case management to people of all ages In addition, we also offer Florida Assertive Community Treatment, that's known as our FACT team, for adults who have severe and persistent mental illnesses. And you can find more detailed information on our services by using the QR code in the document that you received. Finally, I'm very happy to announce that in early February, with the support of Sheriff Hardwick and the St. John's Sheriff's Office, the Public Defender's Office, and the State Attorney's Office, we'll be opening a 15-bed residential and reentry program in neighboring Putnam County. This 6-month program will serve St. Johns County citizens with substance use disorders, including individuals who are admitted to the program as a condition of their release from the St. Johns County Jail. This program will help to reduce overdoses, it will help to reduce recidivism, and it will help St. John's citizens build the skills they need for successful reintegration into our community, putting them on the path to long-term recovery. In closing, I'd like to let you know that at SMA Healthcare, we are committed to our vision of a community where everyone has access to the services they need to find hope, healing, and recovery. We thank you for your continued support, and we'd be happy to provide a more in-depth review of SMA Healthcare services at a later date, should you so wish. Thank you for your time.
Great. Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi. Good morning, Commissioners. For those who don't know me, I'm Lindsay Sutliff. I own Lot 7 at 63 Tower Court in Shearwater, Phase 3F. Many of you do know me and this issue because it's been going on for over a year. Some of you have stood in my backyard and seen this firsthand. I'm here to clarify one key point that removes any remaining ambiguity. According to my recorded boundary survey, my rear property line ends at the curved line labeled C2. Everything beyond that line is tract 3F-9, a platted open space parcel sole owned by the developer. The 6-foot vinyl fence sits inside my private lot, not on the boundary and not in the open space. That means the fence is a private lot fence, not a roadway buffer, and it cannot legally satisfy the CR 16A scenic edge requirement. County parcel maps confirm that all Tower Court homes back to the same open space tract. Under the approved PUD, Northwest Sector Overlay, and Land Development Code 60604, the roadway buffer was required to be a single continuous buffer built inside tract 3F-9. Not a fragmented fencing or shrubs inside private yards. The county has already documented this as a violation. Under Pride Case 2503930, environmental planning staff confirmed that a approved natural buffer was cleared after approval and has not been restored, leaving the scenic edge non-compliant. Final roadway approvals are already being withheld pending compliance. So, at this point, the issue is no longer ownership, design, or interpretation. The developer still owns the tract, the violation is confirmed, and the fence is irrelevant. What is missing is enforcement. More than 500 residents have signed a petition asking for a permanent solution, specifically a 10-foot stone buffer wall or berm with planting, because the First Coast Expressway and CR 16A leave our homes completely exposed. This isn't just about landscaping, it's about safety, noise, headlights, and protecting families who bought homes believing the county's approval meant something. I'm respectfully asking the board to direct the staff to enforce the approved development conditions that require the developer to bring tract 3F-9 into compliance before any acceptance, conveyance, or final approvals occur. This is not a request for special treatment. It's a request for the county to enforce its own code consistently and completely. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Okay, next, good morning.
Good morning. My name is David Ganji. I live at 110 Beechwood Road, St. Augustine, Florida. I am here, first of all, I wanted to say I'm very impressed with the infrastructure presentation. It's amazing. It actually has changed my perspective a little bit about the county and what you're accomplishing, and it's amazing the amount of dollars that you're spending, hundreds of millions of dollars for good projects. I'm here to talk about the trail in St. Augustine South. I don't understand how, with all of this major stuff you have to deal with, that you can spend any time and focus on this project. It's really just for the community. You could say it's for the county. It would have to be, I guess, if you put this in. I am encouraging you to, if you want to make an impact on the community and you want to make the road safer, please take those dollars and contribute it towards the Waldron Street Sebastian River project. It'll make the community a lot safer by getting the boats off the road. Please use that money over there. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Bruce Milliken, 2706 Shore Drive, St. Augustine South. As Dave says, there is a path running through here, redesign coming up. I'm here today just to support Chris's idea about reallocating the remaining Shore Drive funds to the county's San Sebastian River Park. I think it's a great idea, and hopefully it will have plenty of parking, accessibility to real restrooms, picnic areas, playgrounds. Probably a loop trail would be nice along the river, and all the amenities that Ryan has to his availability would make it a beautiful place to go. Thank you for your time and listening and this consideration.
Thank you.
Frances
Good morning.
Lundberg, Shore Drive Trail. Again, we're on that subject. I found this morning and I'd like to read it. Steeped in family tradition, this phrase best describes my neighborhood, my neighbors, and the waterfront park area. All of us are deeply, thoroughly, and heavily influenced by the longstanding customs, values, and habits passed down through the generations of families living in St. Augustine South. Tradition is just not projected occasionally, but is essential, a fundamental part of our identity of our community. We are St. Augustine South residents. We need to preserve our park. We honor those before us, generations and generations to follow. Please consider moving this trail to the San Sebastian project. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay,
Good
next.
morning. My name is Carol Ganji at 110 Beechwood Road, St. Augustine South. I'm also a concerned neighbor for our neighborhood, and I'd like to speak on the proposed South Shore path. We have only 2,400 homes in this community, and we have a thin, narrow park that has been used safely for over 60 years. We're concerned about the lack of planning for the parking that is proposed on this narrow road with no shoulders due to swales and post office boxes. This proposed path is directly where our trades park their trucks and trailers to service homes on Shore Drive. There is also no maintenance plan for this project. We are not an HOA. We do not have funds to pay for repairs and upkeep for this project that we do not want nor need. Please don't create any more havoc in our community. Save this pristine green space. I ask that you consider transferring the $1.6 million budgeted for this project to the San Sebastian Boat and Park Project so that all of St. Johns County can use this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Okay, next.
Hello, I'm Susan Millerick, 3502 Shore Drive, here for the St. John's, or the Shore Drive Trail again. It's been 20 years now, 20 years. It's time to move on. The St. Augustine South neighborhood has an improvement association, and they need to pick up the reins on what this neighborhood wants and needs. A trail, a pool, security, a Ferris wheel, whatever they want, they need to vote for it, and they need to plan for it, and they need to take responsibility to pay for it. It's not up to the county to pay for this amenity in our neighborhood when so many other tens of thousands of people in this county have these amenities in their neighborhoods, and they're paying $300, $400, $500 a month to pay to repair that amenity, maintain it, build it, etc. Let the St. Augustine South Association, Improvement Association, pick up the reins, find out what the community wants and what the community is willing to pay for. The St. Augustine South Association, Improvement Association, has new leadership. That leadership can take the reins and run with this. In the meantime, let's move on. You have a $17.5 million weed patch over behind the Home Depot needing funds. Take the money, move it there. Build a starter park. You could start it now. You've got almost $2 million. Dirt parking lot, picnic tables, kayak, canoe launch, food trucks, kids fishing area, all that can be done. get people excited for what's to come there. Let St. Augustine South neighborhood decide what their future will be and how they will pay for it, and let the leadership take over the reins. And you will also alleviate the traffic at the boat ramps. The boat ramps are filled to capacity. I was there on a Saturday, the beginning of January. There wasn't a parking place. All the canoes, all the kayaks, all the kids fishing will be at this new location. You will have some, not as much of a crunch at the boat ramp. And this divisiveness, it's time. It's time. 20 years is enough. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Carrie Ann Burdan. I live at 171 Pompano Road in St. Augustine South. I just wanted to talk about some numbers. The most important numbers are that at this point in time, the total population of St. Johns County, according to the U.S. Gazetteer as of July 1st, 2025, is 343,516 people. The population of St. Augustine South in that same time period is 5,030 people. That's 1.46% of the entire county, only 1.46%. The Parks and Recreation tentative budget for 2026 is $25,810,697. The Parks and Recreation funds allocated for the Shore Drive Trail are $1,640,000. That's 6.3% of the Parks and Recreation budget, and it doesn't seem like that makes sense. If you could take that same money and move it over to the San Sebastian Park, you'd benefit the entire county, not just 1% of the county. And the only other thing is that I know there's been some discussion about surveys and so on to try to find out what people really think. Back in 2022, Parks and Rec did 2 surveys. They only got 350 responses, and of those, only 262 were residents of St. Augustine South. We've already presented this body with petitions signed by 600 residents of St. Augustine South opposing the trail. In my opinion, the numbers support moving the money.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners, and Happy New Year. My name is Vicki Pepper. I live on Harbor Vista Circle in St. Augustine, and I'm here today representing myself and CARE, Community Advocates for Racial Equity. And I don't need to explain CARE because my colleague Nancy's already done that. I really wasn't planning to speak in general public comments, but a number of speakers have left you with the impression that the Shores neighborhood does not want or need the Shore Drive Trail. This is not true. It is true that it was a divisive issue in the neighborhood, but many, many, many residents do support and continue to support this project for reasons of improving safety and for providing a resource for people with disabilities in an underserved part of the county to enjoy the natural beauty of St. Johns County. It was a divisive issue. There was much public discussion, and the BOCC decided to approve the trail some time ago. Ever since that time, opponents have continued to try to undermine the trail. We see this ongoing today. Even after a compromise plan was developed. This is a county park. The county will maintain the park. It is a resource in an underserved part of the county that will particularly help our neighbors with disabilities. So I urge you today to stick to the plan and move forward with the Shore Drive Trail. Thank you.
My name is Kane Anderson. I live at 296 Tower Court in St. Augustine. I'm one of the Shearwater residents. I'll be brief, just want to pitch my support for what they were talking about with the scenic, or the visual and sound wall on by Shearwater Parkway. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Vicki Blood. I live at 109 Tower Court. I as well am here to voice my opinion about the scenic wall that is going around County Road 16, or that we're requesting. I purchased my home back in July of 2024, and in November of 2024 is when all of our trees went down. We purchased that lot with those trees. You guys tore all of them down with no notice of it. As of November, and then that took away all of our sound barrier, took away all of our safety that we had. That you guys then expanded the County Road 16 with freeholds, a freehold development, everything. That road is now extremely close to our fence wall and our property wall. One of the main reasons I am fighting for this wall is the safety of my family. We don't want to be in our backyard. We bought this home. It is our home. It's what we wanted to be our forever home. We put a lot of money into this property, and I don't want my kids in that backyard. We want to have parties back there. We want to have family back there. We don't want to be back there. I'm terrified that a car is going to go into our backyard. I'm terrified that it's going to kill a family member and that's going to injure somebody because of how close that road is to our fence line. So we are asking for safety. We're asking you to help us get support to put up safety into that barrier. Besides that, all of our sound is gone. I wake up at 3 in the morning because we have huge trucks and motorcycles and exhausts from cars driving by that we no longer have sound barriers. I have to leave my house for work because I work from home and I can't deal with the sound that is done with all the construction going on and all of the cars driving by and everything because of the sound barriers that you guys have taken away from us. So we are asking for support to help with this wall to go up and everything. So if you could please understand where we are coming from and please put the support into what we're asking for. What has been put out there so far are bushes that are shorter than my 4-year-old son, and it's not acceptable. So if you could please understand where we're coming from, walk out there yourself and see what we are dealing with. Come into my backyard and see what we are dealing with. We would really support and we'd appreciate the support from all of you guys. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Leona Penrod, and I live at 507 Gentian Road in the St. Augustine South. And I would like to say I am against the trail and would love to have the money spent on San Sebastian Park. It's so unnecessary and it's so beautiful like it is. It's not like there's a bunch of rocks. I'm from Maine, so it's not like it's really that difficult to navigate, I don't think. Thank you.
Beth Breeding, 1368 Birmingham Road, South Jacksonville. Good news, I have something different to talk about. So I'm very excited to report, I think all of you know I'm a huge proponent of workforce housing. So I got this from Bob Porter this morning, and I just wanted to share a little report of some of the people taking advantage of the workforce housing and who's moving in. So very happy to say law enforcement 11, first responders 7, educators 32, government 29, healthcare 58, hospitality 14, and that doesn't include the 26 homes that were purchased by people that are solely on Social Security. So just excited. So please, as those projects come before you, remember it really is serving the purpose for which the zoning designation was given, and please keep up the good work and please approve more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Charlie Hunt, Mill Creek Estates. Yes, I like the pictures of when it shows the great building being built over there for basically permits. But a little backstory for that was back in 2024, Senate Bill 812 passed, and that was co-written by Travis Hudson when he sat there on the Senate seat. And it was to increase the permit status from a development from 10% being submitted to up to 50% being submitted. So that's why they needed a bigger building over there so they could put in for more permits all at once. All right, so a little bit up behind the stories on that, we're not there. Also, all the pictures that was up there about the parks that didn't make it to get the surtax back in 22, even though with the big push on that, yes, there was a tax that was added on, so now it don't matter if you voted for it or against it, you're going to pay for it, okay? What it showed was the price of the parks and the libraries, but what it didn't show is the actual price in the parks of the libraries with interest on them because it's a bond that was taken out to pay for those things. So it looks nice and neat, but hey, if somebody don't like the truth, then don't show it. Okay? That's what it is. Do it. Show it. What's coming up is the big push. We all know about the House Bill 180, how much y'all just set back for a whole year and gave nothing but blue sticky dots to people to go to these meetings, put them on to save the, how can it work to work on saving the county. And the biggest subject that was brought up and by the county was the biggest one that took the cut about trying to save more of the property, or trying to make it more natural, or more forest, or more trees, make it more relaxing area. But that's not working now because of Senate Bill 180, or excuse me, House Bill 180 that came through, which you
Mr. Hunt,
procrastinated.
Mr. Hunt, I believe that's agenda item number 1.
That's fine then. But I'm talking about what's coming up and my general aspect
Okay,
of.
you're talking about an agenda item, so.
Okay, the 812 is not on an agenda item.
All right, that's fine.
Blue ribbon projects is not on that item. So that's what's coming up now, and I'm talking about the procrastination of this board, of how it takes, and then they drag it out, and then at the end, when they get what they want, they jump on it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. BJ Kalady, West City of St. Augustine. A proposed new season methadone clinic in the county's West Augustine CRA was withdrawn. Our West City CRA and the Lincolnville CRA, located in the city limits of St. Augustine, should pay attention. Market Force Advertising, 840 West King Street, the closed Family Dollar, included the city's US 1 and King Street proposed garage in their advertisement for a methadone clinic. The sheriff's building is still locked. It was interesting. I want to know if anyone can answer, wherever this is going to be, where the administration building, will it be locked like the present sheriff's office is locked to the public? Mugshots are not available unless one knows the inmate's name. I'm going to continue on that. Remember, taxpayers pay Washington politicians a yearly salary of $170,000. The county administrator, Ms. Andrews' yearly salary is $300,000 tax dollars plus benefits. Everyone can smoke cigars, not cigarettes, on St. John's beaches. That's called discrimination. And I heard on the radio that I think the state's going to be doing something else about the smoking of tobacco, any kind of tobacco, on our beaches. Got some time. Thank you, Mr. Tom. That's what we got at the sheriff's office. You can't get there until a certain day for records, and you have to call them. You can't go in, it's locked up. We pay for that. Commissioners' reports needs to be moved after approval of regular agenda before public comment. You spent 45 minutes, a little bit more, on the infrastructure, and here we are, we spent 45 to almost 60 minutes on public comment. We have to move the public comment quickly along because this is a long agenda. Whenever you do that, I would suggest that the commissioners' public comments that you put at the end be at the beginning, because some people have to leave. They're not like developers or lawyers or the little teams. They get paid. We don't get paid. And I think some of us are getting upset that we have to sit here and listen to all these things, but we're willing to do it. Thank you, people, for coming in and speaking about your community. We need to continue doing it, whether anyone responds to you. At least you're letting the community know how you feel about where you live. So thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, are there any other public comments at this time? All right, good morning.
Good morning. I'm Carter Lord. I live in 218 Harvard Road in the south, and I just wanted to reiterate that I know that there is some comments have been made about that there's a lot of people who are for the path. I can tell you that there are a lot of people who are not for the path. We got 600 signatures, and where are their signatures? And there just is opposition is large. And also, it's come to my attention recently, and I know you guys are in a hard situation and that you guys have got to deal with this. And so I respect the position that y'all are in. It's not easy what you guys are doing, and I appreciate your openness, and we're continuing with all this. And hopefully that it'll come to hopefully maybe you guys would take that money and move it over to the big project over on Genevar. That's my thinking, but I'm just a peon. But I think there's also has arisen that there's an ownership issue. I mean, I think that it's pretty clear that they have overstepped their bounds on the ownership. So I think that there's a legal aspect about the ownership, and then I think that the community owns it rather opposed to the county taking over and doing what they're doing. So just wanted to make sure y'all are with us on that you understand that there is a gigantic group out here that is very much against this and scared of the carnival that's going to come and the destruction of our beautiful quality of life. And it doesn't need to be, because it's right happening over there on the other side of 312. There's a great big place with a park and a place where they can have a path and a trail, and they could get the same thing done right there and everybody be happy. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, are there any other general public comment at this time for non-agenda items? Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Ruth Hope. I live at 133 Neptune Road in St. Augustine South. I am here actually on other business, but I've been appalled by the organised opposition to a trail that is greatly needed in the south. Just because they're organised and loud doesn't mean they speak for the majority. I am out on Shore Drive every day, 4 times a day, walking my dogs. I can tell you there is a huge need to get people off the road, children off the road, people with dogs, old ladies like me off the road. This has been agreed a long time ago, and the opposition used to say they wanted a sidewalk, so it didn't destroy the park. It didn't go across the grass in the park. There was no danger to anything else. Now that there's a compromise being agreed, being developed, the opposition now no longer wants a compromise. I think you have to really look at who makes decisions. A local group should not be making a final decision on a community-wide, a county-wide amenity. It's setting a huge precedent if you allow a small vocal majority of NIMBYs to say, we don't want a trail, when in fact there are many of us that do want and do need, and that's been agreed a long time. Commissioner Murphy has gone back on a decision in the past, having had a change of heart. I appeal to you to say that we, the Board of County Commissioners, should make the decision, and they should make it on the basis that Parks and Rec have gone through a huge process twice in designing this trail to make it safe and useful. And you asked them to do it, and to do it with a compromise agenda, a compromise design, which they did. And I ask you to go through with that process to finish informing the community, but not giving them the final decision. You said you wanted a compromise. That has been offered. It's still amenable to being finally tweaked on the design. But I ask that you consider those of us in the community that want this, including people from outside St. Augustine South who need an accessible trail for people in wheelchairs, on mobility scooters. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Any other general public comments at this time? Okay, seeing none, we will close public comment.
Okay, we'll go right into agenda item number 1. And Mr. Roberson.
Good morning, Mike Robertson, Director of Growth Management. Wait for us to get up there. Before I jump into the presentation as they move to the first item, let me thank the County Commission. Staff, I talked to a lot of my staff, and I'm sure directors talked to their staff. We're very appreciative of the holidays that you provide, the extra holidays that you provided us, as well as the county administrator, so thank you for that. Moving on. We're here back to talk about the 2050 comprehensive plan. This would be a transmittal hearing, and we'll talk a little bit about where we're at and if we're going to go anywhere. So the state statute requirement, there's been some discussion and questions about this. So every 7 years, local governments have to look at their comprehensive plan and say, hey, do you need to make any updates? At minimum, you must update your statute changes. And that, by the way, I think was brought up at the last meeting. What were the statute changes? That is in the staff report. You can see all the yellow changes. Again, those are mandatory, but they're in the staff report. You notify the state land planning agency of any determinations, site population projections. If an update is required, you must transmit in a year. We did all that, right? We had a population projection, had some discussion about that, and decided on the median projection, right? From there, evaluate the update the plan as necessary to reflect changes in statute. So the county commission decided to not only update with statute changes, but update for your local changes. So the requirement are, we've got into this before as well, right? If you fail to transmit within a year, it does restrict the local government's ability to do any comprehensive plan amendments. And that's where we're at right at this point, because the state agency, land planning agency, didn't recognize it. They said you didn't transmit because of Senate Bill 180, you're more restrictive or burdensome. So we do have, I believe, a comprehensive plan amendment or two from staff that is waiting to be presented to you probably pretty soon. So just so you know, there's a little bit of work waiting on that. If the state determines the local government has failed to update its comp plan, the land planning agency must provide the required population projections, which the local government must use to update the plan. What does that mean? Well, I don't know. It's in there. We have provided population projections, but they didn't accept that. So I'm just giving you this as to what the state can do. So just a quick, right, we transmitted, the state didn't accept in October. We're here in January 20th on whether or not we're going to transmit. Moving forward, if we do transmit, they get 60 days to come back and let us know if we're good and to provide us an objections and comments report. And then we would come back for adoption within 180 days. Obviously, that'd be a lot faster, more than likely. And then the state would look at it one more time just to basically look at it and make sure it was good, right? So that said, so staff has provided you here with just some of the bigger changes that you have made in the comprehensive plan. There are other changes. Of course, we've removed some because of the more restrictive or burdensome, but these are the ones that remain at this point in time, and you can highlight, you can see them here, right? Reaffirm the development area boundary, criteria to increase the development area boundary, again, and within the 10 years to relook at it. Prioritize infill, everybody understands that. Balanced growth and preservation, establish rural area strategies, those are all in there. Options for increased density, we did talk about that, right? We were gonna increase in residential D. We were going to give optional density bonus for wetlands, as well as workforce / missing middle housing. Modernize transportation planning with complete streets. Again, definitions for both of those, for the housings, protect water quality, enhance wetland preservation. Some of these are best practices that the consultant had put in there for us, just better language that didn't get hit by the state. Establish rural lands conservation, that's still in there. expand LAMP efforts to designated funding source, that's still in there, and then expand and diversify tax base. So those are just some ideas for you to consider if you want to move forward, that you do have some things that are in there that are pretty significant, at least in my opinion. Granted, is not everything that you chose. There is still some things in there that were moved due to Senate Bill 180. But if you wanted to move forward, you have this, and you do have that ability to, should the new glitch bill, should it make it through, you could still come back, right, and add those other things in addition to the ones that you already have. Again, it's a commission decision. I'm just pointing these things out. So with that, I'll shut up and let you all talk and ask us any questions.
Any comments from the board?
Yes, I do. I actually heard from a few attorneys, and they recommended that they said that absolutely that we can ask for an extension at this time, and they cited statute 163.3184, especially that we are in uncharted territory at this time. I strongly support just waiting a few more months. This is not what we, ultimately what we want, and I see no reason to submit something at this time when we're just a few months away from something. And again, this is coming from a number of attorneys that recommended that there's no reason that we cannot ask for an extension.
Commissioner Joseph, you're recognized.
Thank you, sir. I just, the county has 5 commissioners. We don't have a mayor. This is something that we worked for 2 years on, taking public comment. You guys got in your car, you came over here, put stickers on signs, you filled out notices. Our staff worked hours and hours on that, and actually our team did. And the commissioners worked hard on it. I am supporting Commissioner Taylor because this would be a waste of money as well. Well, it was $500,000, as well as you're basically ignoring the public and you're ignoring what the people of this county want. And that's what I'm here for, is to give you guys what you want. And I think we can do it. We have attorneys. I don't know why we can't hold the line, and that's my opinion. So I do not recommend transmittal today.
Commissioner Taylor, did you have someone else to add?
No, I just wanted to add that the extension would just be until after the legislative session ends, which will hopefully be in a few months. So we're not talking about extending it for that long, but we're going to be learning a lot with the legislative session just in the next several weeks.
Okay, anyone else? I just have a question about the requesting an extension. From what I understand, it's 100. We can request a 180-day extension. Is that something that this law that's being brought up
So through the chair, that is under adoption of the plan. And so it says if the local government fails to hold a second hearing and adopt the amendments within 180 days, it shall be deemed withdrawn unless extended by agreement with notice to the state. So the extension, the 100-day limitation design applies during the adoption phase. We're in transmittal.
Okay, so that doesn't apply for us. Okay, so my question's always been the same thing. We had a great plan. I'm committed to the plan that we worked so hard for. My question then would be, how do we get there? If there are requirements for us to transmit, and we're transmitting what's been called the watered-down version, my commitment is to, as soon as we can, as soon as the glitch bill is either in place or Senate Bill 180 sunsets, to move back and change it to the original. We have the ability to do that at any time, as long as we get something through, right? Okay. I guess my question now goes to, this is a gray area for everybody in the state. So is there a negative to just holding off until Senate Bill 180 is that's not a question you can answer, right? So maybe I could turn to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I mean, some of the negatives are things like you saw the infrastructure update today. You saw utilities talk about different wellhead provisions that need to be completed in order for us to continue on our infrastructure projects. We have actually a comp plan amendment that would follow this if this was approved, that needs to be put through the process. Unfortunately, if we don't have these amendments for the evaluation and appraisal, you keep hearing Mr. Robertson refer to them as the EAR submissions. If we don't have the EAR submissions done, we're not going to be able to make the changes to allow the wellhead expansion to come through. So it stops us from being able to file subsequent plan amendments.
Okay, thank you.
I would say the other thing, apologies. I would say the other thing I'm thinking of is that it was pointed out at the last meeting that in this case, we happen to be up on our 2025. We're in 2026, and we have a 2025 comp plan, so that was pointed out last time. So that's kind of a unique scenario where it doesn't always come up every 7 years. In this case, it's coming up in, 15, whenever our 2010 comp plan was. So, so that's kind of unique. So that's an additional thing, and it just means we're out of compliance from that perspective. So.
Okay, Commissioner Taylor?
No, I just want to reinforce that we need to think of this community, our constituents. If we submit this at this time, I look at it as such an insult and a slap in the face to every taxpayer in this county. And I mean, it's January 20th. We're not talking about a huge delay. We're just talking until the end of this legislative session. So I don't think that what we're asking for is that unreasonable. And like I said, I just can't share enough that many attorneys do feel that there's no reason that we could not extend that for a couple of months. Thank you.
Commissioner Joseph, you recognize.
Yes, I would like to find out more about the legal. Maybe we get another opinion from a couple of attorneys. I don't know, because I feel like everything's a maybe. Maybe it might. We don't know for sure. I mean, we don't know for sure. You could even answer that question. And I know you guys want to put it to bed. I don't blame you. It's like having your house dirty and you want to put everything away. But hey, we're not that far off. And I just think we're in uncharted territory. And I don't know. I just think we should hold the line. And we've got so much legal help. I just don't know why we can't do that.
Commissioner Whitehurst, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to vote today to transmit this plan for these reasons. We listened to the will of the people. It's not a slap in the face. We took their voice. We took the dots on the board. We took all the hard work that the community put into this comprehensive plan. And we voted, I believe, unanimously to transmit that to the state. It's the state saying, no, that's not acceptable per our guidelines, that per our statutes, it's too restrictive, it's too burdensome. That's the state saying that back to St. Johns County. Now here we are in 2026, operating without a comprehensive plan. I'm going to try and choose my words carefully. That's not real smart, to operate without a comprehensive plan and be this eyesore in the eyes of the state. Once again, St. Johns County is not doing what is, I'll equate to just essentially tying your shoes so you can walk. Having a comprehensive plan is essential to running this government. Now our staff can't bring forward the needed changes to serve our residents because we don't have a comprehensive plan. I was on a legislative executive call with the Florida Association of Counties, of which I'm honored to be a member of that committee. Senator DeSigley is going to do everything in his power to pass the glitch bill. I'm told it's the only thing he's going to focus on, but we all know how volatile and unpredictable each legislative session can be, especially with the current dynamic that I'm not going to go into. We don't know what's going to happen. We hope the glitch bill will pass, but we don't have any assurance that it will pass. In my view, we need to do what's in the best interest of our residents, which is to transmit this plan, and then absolutely we can go back if and when the glitch bill is passed and make the necessary adjustments to represent the voice of our people to the state of Florida. That's what I would recommend. So I'm going to be voting to transmit, and I hope the rest of the board does the same thing.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Arnold, you're now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple things. I am going to also be voting to transmit it today. It's our job to do the business of the government, and I just think it's irresponsible to not do so at this point. And in the efforts of transparency, Commissioner Taylor, would you mind putting on the record what attorneys you spoke to that clearly weren't our staff attorneys?
Commissioner Taylor, you're recognized.
Sorry, I can't talk. Yeah, it was Jen Lumberg, and then they had land use attorneys as well. Their land use attorneys did share that, so.
Whose land use attorneys?
Jen Lumberg.
like on behalf of what organization?
She is with the Matanzas River.
The Riverkeeper, their land use attorneys? Okay. Just wanted to make sure that was on the record.
Okay, thank you. You know, this is one of those things to where you get to the challenges that we face are that we need to have a comprehensive plan going forward. I've stated on the record many times that I am in support of the original comprehensive plan that was transmitted. I am going to again reiterate my my promise that when the legal doors are open for us to transmit the plan that we all agreed on, that I'm going to be leading the charge to do that. But we need to have a comp plan, so I'm going to also be voting to transmit today. You want to go to public comment?
I can't. Okay, there we go. Okay. At this time, we will take public comment on agenda item number 1.
BJ Kalady, West City of St. Augustine. Since Ms. Taylor got the question, I want to know if Ms. Arnold's husband had any input, because I believe he is a lawyer. Or did any of you other people get any information outside of what's been given by the staff? If you're going to go over and question one of your members, then I think it needs to be, everybody needs to say who they talked to make up their mind about what you're going to do today. Once again, 3-2 votes, 3-2 votes, 3-2 votes. I could make $1 million, and you wouldn't see me again. 3-2 votes. And it's justified in your minds, that's fine. We'll see what's going on, because that whole 45-minute presentation on infrastructure had to do that today. It had to be done today. It is very disheartening to come in here and listen to this and to know that this board has been split over and over and over again. And we'll see when it goes to the state what's going to happen up there. But I think if you're going to question one of your colleagues, supposed to be working together for the benefit of everybody in the county. So whether you do it or not, I'm on the record.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning again. I'm Vicki Pepper. I live on Harbor Vista Circle in St. Augustine, and I'm here today representing myself and CARE. As Irvin and I stated it October 7th, and I repeated December 16th, CARE has been monitoring the county's response to Florida Commerce's 26 September letter rejecting the county's new comprehensive plan. We believe the changes in Florida statutes made by SB 180, passed at the very end of the 2025 legislative session, that led to Florida Commerce rejecting numerous provisions of our updated comprehensive plan, represent unnecessary state overreach and unwarranted assault on home rule. Since learning the state had rejected our plan, CARE's advocated the county do whatever it can to preserve and protect all the hard work that you, county staff, Inspire Placemaking, and many stakeholders, including the public, put in over the last 2 years to develop a strong and thoughtful plan that will move us forward together as a community by keeping the updated plan you'd adopted and transmitted to the state on behalf of our county intact. So we continue to be disappointed in this approach of watering down our new plan by eliminating any provisions could be considered more restrictive or burdensome, which represents a huge step back from the progress our community has made in the new plan. And I'll note this, notwithstanding the fact many of us believe considerable work remains to be done to improve the county's comprehensive plan even further. County followed the process required by Florida law, and due to circumstances beyond our control, Florida Commerce rejected the plan, citing several provisions without explaining their objections. As I said last month, apparently there's no specific timeline identified under Florida law for the county to address the state's objections and resubmit the plan. There seems to be some confusion regarding the facts, but it seems to me that our county is not without a comprehensive plan, because until such time as the new plan's approved and implemented through revisions to our land development code, which would have to be done in any event, the county's using its previously approved plan. So for all these reasons, our preferences continues to be to resubmit the county's updated plan, but wait until after the efforts currently underway in the legislature to change the problematic provisions of Florida law cited by Florida Commerce in rejecting our plan have been completed. I hope I'm wrong, but it looks to me like you may be moving forward to submit this watered-down plan in spite of our preferences. So we'd like to leave you today with a new alternative request, which I think I've already heard Commissioner Murphy support. If you're unwilling to delay, please commit to the public today to resubmit the county's rejected plan to replace the watered-down version at the earliest opportunity after the impediments created by SB 188 are eliminated. Thank you.
Good afternoon. No, it's still morning. Good morning. My name is Judy Spiegel. I live at 101 Green Willow Lane. Well, I am one of those citizens that worked very hard on the comprehensive plan, spent many hours, lots of reading, lots of talking to people. But as you all know, I am a believer, and I'm always going to place who I am and where I am on the Bible and on God's perspective. The government rests on Jesus' shoulders. All government is ordained by God, and right now, the reality that we have may not be the reality that we want. SB 180 is the law of the land right now, today, at this moment. I do not hear disunity. I don't. I hear a different perspective. We all are heading to the same goal. We all want the best comprehensive plan, and we all want to represent this county very well. The difference is, when do we do it? And for me, my perspective is the reality that we have is that we are under the rule of law, and taking a chance on postponing not only will maybe backfire on us by causing a little bit of a discrepancy in our disregarding the law of the land, but also it may work as well. But I think that the comments that you have made, that we want this plan that everybody worked so hard for to be passed, does not have to be today. I don't see this. It is a watered-down bill. I am all for the environmental protections being really boosted up, affordable housing, all of those things that we've worked so hard on. Those things are all still present. Those things are all still represented in the comprehensive plan that we put together as a county. This is not going in the garbage can. This is still our vision. This is still our goal. Sometimes we have to take a circuitous route and take our small incremental changes. That's where we are. That's the reality. I want affordable housing to move like this. I want it tomorrow. I want every workforce housing to be approved, and I want it to be affordable, and I want the right people to move in. But the reality is we take our small steps. I believe this is essential for us as part of the governmental structure to honor that and to transmit today, and then to move forward with the vision of this county as your elected officials. Thank you very much. God bless you in this decision.
Thank you.
Beth Breeding, 1368 Birmingham Road South. NEFBA could not attend. We didn't know until yesterday that this hearing was today, so we apologize for not having more people. One, I would like to say, as a conservationist, I love the conservation portions that are in here. We definitely need to move those forward. Even if we don't have other things that some people might want, let's get that conservation in there. Let's protect those wetlands. Let's do what we can with what we have available to us today. If St. Johns County wants money from the state for the community, we need to cooperate with the state. We don't have to like the rules that they have, but we have to adhere to them, just like developers have to adhere to the rules of the county. I'm just curious, are the population figures, have they been made to match the population figures that were used for the impact fees? Because the two population figures are different. And so I think if we're going to give population figures, they need to match in each thing that the county does and moves forward. That being said, I also think we need to show a little more respect for legal staff. I can't imagine coming to work every day and every time I give my opinion, I'm told, oh, well, we went outside and we got a bunch of other opinions that don't agree with you. We need to support our staff. They work hard. They don't get paid what they deserve, and they come every day under horrible conditions. Let's support them a little bit more. Let's stop going behind their backs. Let's just give them the support that they need to do their jobs every day. Thank you.
Good morning.
Maureen Long, 1821 Castile Street, Menendez Park. Happy New Year, everybody. I'm here today to urge you, as the commission, to wait on submitting the revised comprehensive plan that you have today. We know that there are changes that are going to be made. We know that right now that they are working on, 840, that will give us already, it gives us the idea that there's going to be reducing the geographic scope, clarifies restrictive rules, allows water and sewer protections. And one of the other things that it's going to do, and we see that it's going to come through, and it's just going to be a short time, is it shortens the freeze time. The restrictions in the original law were set to last until October 27. This new State Bill 840 proposes ending these restrictions on June 30th, 2026. We have time to wait. We have worked extremely hard on this. We're not going to be dismissive of what the state says. We're taking it in. You all meet all the time. We need some extra time to listen to what the state is going to tell us, just as we listened to what the state said when they said no. Our representatives that are there are working hard for us. They know what it is doing to our home rules. And I understand that we don't want to take a stand against them legally, and I agree with that. But it is time sometimes to stand the ground. And when you talk about people that are out there, we know that we've listened to Richard Grosso, who is the professor, a very, very well-known and respected land lawyer professor that's out there. And these are the things that we're being told. Let's wait. Let's listen to our representatives. They're there to fight for us, just as you all are for us. And so we ask you, because we want you, we voted for you to speak for us. And so I think that we can wait a little bit of time rather than jump on board and just take down the watered version that we've got and then have to come back and really work extremely hard for it. So just give it some time. We do have more time. It's not like it has to be done right away. And I just would ask you that. And thank you very much for your time and listening to us today.
Thank you very much.
Charlie Hunt, Mill Creek Estates. I wish a lot of these people came here through last year and seen the professionally paid procrastination that was being taken place on this commission, our commissioners, of, well, we need to read more about it. We'll pass it on. We'll come back next time and do it. Can we just, okay, we'll make these few little cuts and we'll come back in the next session and talk about it again. And we'll talk about it again. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, let me go ahead and tell you that the ones that was wanting to talk about it again and again and again are the ones that want to vote it now and send it on up. Okay. Yes. Watch the videos, watch the clips of all that. If they're so worried about having some comprehensive plan that was written on yellow sticky notes, but now they want to send it on up. Now that's what their main focus is to send this plan that they procrastinated, they sat on until that bill was passed, and before the ink was dry, when DeSantis signed that bill, those three were like, let's go. Let's go. Let's get it passed. And, well, we got to make changes now because that's not all right. We can follow bills that are going along at the state, and you get some information from people like Leak, okay, who was a big supporter of that. But what this isn't just today of signing this. This is from the 2 years of this big propaganda campaign that was put on by this county to get this passed, just to project our next 25 years, which isn't just the 25 years, it's what's ever how many years after it will keep on going. This county isn't going to end in 25 years, never is going to pass. This shows the pure out, true political campaigns that go on in little counties like this. Sit back, wait till you get your own way, and then go with it. All the people that they work for, I'd like to see that. Because what is happening here, ladies and gentlemen, is what you see on the news, what's happening up there in that big White House. It happens down here.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt. Thank you. Are there any other public comments at this time on agenda item 1? Okay, seeing none, we will close public comment on this.
Okay, back to the board. Any, you're active. Yeah, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to remind everybody once again, we were unified. We voted for the non-watered down plan unanimously. So we are not, it's not 3-2, we are 5-0 in support of the full plan. I think where there's a respectful disagreement appears whether or not we should move forward with this for the time being and then come back later. And there's, you know, there's certainly room to see that both ways. Vicki Pepper asked us to make the pledge that will then come back after SB 180 passes, assuming it passes, and try and pass the rest of the plan that we voted on the first time. And if you're looking for a commitment to do that, I can commit that I will do that. I voted for it before. I will certainly vote for those items again once it is legal in the eyes of the state of Florida. So I'm happy to make the motion if you're ready to entertain a motion, Mr. Chair.
I am, but also just want to add to that before you go is I've made the commitment several times that the original bill will be in place as soon as we're legally able to do it. So you have the floor.
I'm going to move to transmit the St. Johns County 2050 Comprehensive Plan.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? I'll second it. Okay. We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Arnold, did you want to say anything before we started? Okay, let's bring up the vote. Okay, that passes 3-2. Let's move on to agenda item number 2.
I just wanted to set something right on the record. It looks like when I looked at the last vote, it did not have my name up there, and I want to make it very clear that I voted no on that. But if you look at what we just voted on, it did not say Taylor.
Yeah, it's you.
No, I
you got a
understand
new
that,
box.
but I just want to make sure that everybody knows that I voted no because again, my name was not up there. It said Dias 6 or something.
Thank you. This is a quasi-judicial item. Commissioner Arnold? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a conversation with Mr. Matt Lottie late last week about the project and about what happened at PZA and some of the concerns that those board members had.
Thank you. Commissioner Joseph?
Yes, I've got several emails actually in the last 3 days, but no meetings. Thanks.
Okay. Commissioner Taylor?
Yes, I have had several meetings, mostly in support of this. I had a meeting with Matt Lottie, Barrett Tennant, Tommy Hammond, Jackson Hammond, and Christina Evans and staff.
Thank you. Commissioner Whitehurst?
I had the same meeting with Matt Lottie and the applicant, all the folks for the applicant here in the office with our staff. I've also had a handful of emails in favor of this project.
Okay, I also had a surprising number of emails in favor of this, and I did have a couple that were against it. I also had a meeting with Matt Lottie, Barrett Tennant, Tommy Hammond, Jackson Hammond, and Christina Evans. You have the floor, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much. We are here to present on behalf of the landowner and the applicant the Nothing But Fun project. Oop. Thank you. The Nothing But Fun and Games project. This project is located on the east side of US 1 to the south of International Golf Parkway, just to the north of White Castle Drive there, surrounded by the Palencia PUD. Existing site has 2 vacant mobile/single-family homes on it. Currently zoned commercial neighborhood with a current future land use, and pretty much everything east of US 1 there is in the mixed-use land use district. We are proposing to rezone this property to CHT. Again, you have the PUD to the north of us, which has a variety of residential and commercial uses. Again, we are zone C in currently, proposing to be rezoned to CHT. Then you'll notice to the south of us there at the corner of White Castle and US 1 is a piece zoned CI. Obviously in the commercial corridor here, and the uses are fairly intense. Some compatibility components here of the map. We've got several, call it bar pub type restaurants and commercial within the Palencia corridor, and then a significant amount of industrial across from US 1 there. Neighborhood business, commercial neighborhoods on the left there is intended to serve surrounding neighborhoods, require direct access to collectors, operate primarily daytime or early evening hours. Highway commercial CHT, as we're proposing, again, intended to serve the traveling public, requires direct access to an arterial or major collector. US 1 is obviously categorized as a major collector there. Just some comparables here side by side of permitted uses. Again, an existing commercial zoning, proposing to change to another commercial zoning. Again, the main reason for that is, as you'll see at the top there, commercial recreation and entertainment are not allowed in the CN zoning category. As you'll see later in the presentation, this project actually had plans advance for a different commercial use under the CN until this applicant came along seeking to purchase the property. CI zoning to our south, you'll see, again, fairly compatible to the CHT that we're proposing there. Commercial intensive does also allow for that commercial recreation and entertainment, but it does allow for a vet office with outdoor boarding. So again, main reason for this rezoning request is the fact that a Nothing But Fun entertainment venue is not allowed in the CN zoning category. Some additional uses in CI that are allowed to the south of us there. Again, we're proposing this mini golf course. It'll be indoor and outdoor. We'll have some arcade-style video games and games in there, event space, food trucks, and restaurants. We will directly access US 1 here. Try to play this video. Oh, it had some audio associated with it. But this is a video of the applicant's son with his first mini golf hole-in-one. This project was really born out of their family and traveling and an affliction to putt-putt. They've traveled to many courses across the U.S. as part of their family vacations and realized that there was no entertainment venue like this really in Northeast Florida. We feel this site is a good spot for this. Again, you've got, for similar example, V's Pizza just to the south of us has an outdoor play area, very successful, full bar, restaurant. This is just adding a little bit more entertainment as the basis to this, where entertainment is the primary use and the food is more secondary. In a rendered site plan here, you can see the condos kind of to the northwest of us there, buffered by their stormwater pond. You can also see how we've attempted on the north side of the building to plant some extra trees and extra buffering in there to affect that line of sight. Again, this is a one-story proposed building. Existing CN zoning does allow up to 35 feet. This applicant's proposing a one-story, approximately 16,000 square foot building. Definitely is going to help with the buffering and the screening. Just a blow up of that plan, you can see on that north side, we've really tried to add some extra trees to buffer where the existing trees are not filling in the gaps there. Here's a colored rendering of what it'll look like. Obviously, this is an artist rendering, but it's giving some relative scale, the idea for the deck, the garage-style doors to allow the indoor-outdoor component, and some sort of turf-based putt-putt course here with a lot of native vegetation planted as infill. Just some of the findings of fact from the staff report here. Again, we're directly accessing this from US 1. We're within the county's development boundary. This is considered infill development. We have central utilities directly abutting the project. Any environmental and wetland impacts, floodplain impacts are all being permitted by the state and or applicable federal agencies. This was what we had originally proposed under the CN for the northern parcel. Again, a 2-story, 17,600 square foot facility. And this was just on a portion of the property. Just some compatibility components here. This is an excerpt from the Palencia PUD and this MUA mixed use area overlay. As you can see, just to the north of us, a significant amount of commercial uses are allowed there. Just a continuation of that. And an excerpt from the LDC table here, just showing minimums, buffering, and again, we're exceeding the buffering and well within or underneath the max height. With that, we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Commissioner Joseph, you recognize.
Oh, yes, I've got a bunch. Just because of some issues at home, I wasn't able to meet with you. So do you mind if I just ask you really quick? Because
no, ma'am, absolutely.
They all might know, I just don't.
Sure.
As an entertainment facility, is there any way to keep, like, from, what if it fails? Does it go back to CN, or?
I guess if the business failed, is that what you're saying? It would remain CHT zoning.
Is there a Live Local Act option on that?
I believe it's conditionally excluded from this.
You put it on there that
Yes,
we can't do that?
That's correct.
What about like vaping and adult entertainment, things like that, since it's entertainment?
I don't believe that is allowed adult entertainment in the CHT zoning category.
Okay. Any way to put like the vaping and all that in there, or no vaping?
Not sure how to restrict vaping as part of a zoning application.
No, I mean selling, you know. I mean, if it became a car wash and a gas station, I mean, no only way to put that in there. I'm just worried about what would happen afterwards.
Okay.
And then the last question was, I know it was a significant amount of impact on wetlands. So is the outdoor area going to try to work with that? I mean, are you going to have outdoor?
These are actually fringe wetlands that are emanating from the Stokes Creek headwaters, so we're at the upstream component of that. They're moderate, low quality wetlands. So we will be replanting those areas with native vegetation, but really not much of a way to work within the footprint of what's there on the site. Part of our stormwater pond will be going in some of that impacted wetland area, but again, we will be replanting trees along the perimeter, providing bypass swales and providing the compensating storage associated with the FEMA permitting requirements.
Okay. Anyone else?
Yes, I just had one question. I know when we met, we had discussed that these are, two different properties that you're buying,
Parcels
purchasing.
are being combined, yes, ma'am.
And you also had a picture of what either was planned at one point or what could be. It was a commercial building. Do you have that?
Yes, ma'am. We had it as part of the presentation of what was filed on the northern parcel.
Not this property, but what it could be. Nothing but fun, but what it could be. If we didn't rezone, what commercial property could go there?
Well, yes, ma'am. That was in the first list of uses for CN here: childcare, adult care, school, church, parks and recreation facility with lighted fields and courts. You could have pickleball courts out there. You could have lighted ball courts, batting cages. You could have a billiard and pool parlor. You could have grocery stores, hotels, and there's some other things in Article 2 of the Land Development Code. We just put a highlight list here.
Okay. Great. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, let's go to public comment.
At this time, we'll be taking public comment on agenda item number 2.
To everybody. My name is Yvonne March. I'm a resident of Palencia in the back. That building that you see is where I live. I bought that property because of the view. I had a picture before, I forgot to bring it this time. It's a beautiful view, and I'm glad that it's gone down to 1 floor. That limits it, and I appreciate the change. However, it's the other things. Music outdoors, I have nothing against children outdoors. They're usually quieter than the music playing, and the adults are sitting around, perhaps drinking, smoking, whatever. And all that, if the wind shifts, it'll be coming straight into my lanai. And I then cannot enjoy my property that I'm paying very high for because of what's happening next door. I appreciate you planting more trees, yes. But you're not going to be able to replace what's been torn, what always gets torn down. When Florida builds, you know, the trees then think they can replant, and that takes care of the problem. And I don't think so. You're changing the landscape of what I had paid for. I know progress must go on, and I have nothing against the children. I'm an ex-school teacher. So on the contrary, children I love. They can make all the noise. It's natural. It's the canned stuff that we hear. It's the language that we hear when adults start drinking. It's the attraction of our lake. Everybody hides and tries to go fish in there. And fish are very highly expensive fish that are special to eat the weeds or whatever on the bottom of the lake. And everything was planned for pleasure, and now it's going to be amusement, which I have nothing against if it's children. But once you get drinking adults, smoking adults, because they are outdoors, it changes my landscape very much. So I appreciate you continue being as concerned as I am and trying to support me. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Marty Ben, and I live at 455 La Trevicia, Flora, the same building opposite side of my friend and colleague. I also would like to raise some of my concerns. I wasn't able to be at the December 18th meeting, but sent a letter. The presentation, like she said, I'm glad it was put down to 1 building. But we right now aren't a tourist area. This area doesn't really draw people to tourism. Maybe with this site, you'll see more tourism come in. But if the exit is onto US 1 and you can only go right, if you go down 1 and want to turn right and then take a left on International Boulevard, that traffic line goes pretty far down. And then if you can't get in that line, you end up going into Valencia. And the only place really to turn around and make that turn back, so you can make your correct turn onto US 1 if you want to go south or International, is right at Publix. And Chase Bank is now there. There are a lot of crashes at that intersection. And so I'm really concerned about the traffic and the safety. I didn't hear anything about the alcohol and the fact that they're requesting the alcohol change also, which I think brings in a lot of concerns, especially as it being an entertainment center. And if a lot of the events are night events. I just think there's a lot that has not been explained well as to what this is. I'm highly concerned. If it goes under, what's going to be there then? Putting some trees in it, that buffer, is not sufficient in terms of protecting where we're at. The night lighting that will occur and the impact of the night lighting in that area. So I am not in favor of this, and I hope you consider it seriously, as I know you will, when you vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hi, my name's Deb Scoggin, and I live in the Shores. And I guess I happened to be at the December 18th meeting. And what was really concerning to me was the amount of wetlands that it was going to cover. I mean, the parking lot, as you can see by his example, it really covers a large portion of this property. I mean, like 78%. And it's like, where's that water going to go? Because down at the Shores, we have water problems from other subdivisions that are causing problems for us now. And it's like, I don't know where that water would go, or if they even been a report on where the water would go if all that land's tarred. So I guess I'm opposing it, but I want to just put that out there to you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Tommy Hammond. I live at 305 Tavistock Drive in Kensington, which is not far from the site. And I want to thank you, first of all, what all you guys do, because I was a commissioner at one time several years ago, and I understand how thankless your job is and how you get accused of this and that. And you're just trying to do what you know. I know you do it for the love of community and others, and I just want to tell you I thank you for doing that no matter what the outcome is. I'm a 13-year resident of St. Johns County. I'm a civil engineer. I was a developer for 42 years. I'm semi-retired now. And I'm just here to ask you to support this for my family and other families that I know. We need a family entertainment venue like this in that area. It's badly needed. There's just hardly anything to do. There's a lot of growth. There's a lot of subdivisions within 3 miles of this place. There's just nothing for entertainment. And there is nothing like this in St. Johns County. There is no indoor, outdoor, which I don't think has been emphasized enough. There's also an indoor putt-putt facility. So if it rains or it's bad weather, people can still come and enjoy this. And some of the public's very misinformed about this project. They don't realize that the zoning that already exists allow all these uses that you saw. They could build a 3-story, 35,000 square foot hotel on this property right now, and it's already zoned for that. The commercial intensive zoning that butts the property to the south, you can do even more uses. They could put a Wawa, another Wawa, which we don't need, or some kind of there's a lot of uses that we don't really want. You could do grocery stores, flex warehouses, even microbreweries, and breweries are allowed. So that's not what this is. He's doing a 1-story, really nice facility. From my meetings and conversations with many neighbors and the fellow HOA members and others in the county, once they were made aware of the facts about the project, most would prefer a 12,000 to 16,000 square foot 1-story building that's buffered. I don't drink, but I don't see an issue with having a 19th hole type sports bar for families, for the parents to do, especially since there's a Donovan's Irish pub less than 1,000 feet from this place. So I'm just asking that let's get this nice facility with the water features. He's even putting in educational plaques and things for the schools. He's doing stuff that's, he's got a vision to do something that we really need. Again, in my opinion, it's a wonderful project. It's much needed family entertainment, and I'd ask that you support it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next.
Hello, my name is Chris Horde. I live at 80 Glen Elmy Place. I've lived in St. Johns County my entire life, and over the 40 years, I've seen a lot of development. Some very good by private and public people, and some not well. So I'm not anti-development, but I am supportive of smart development. I do not agree with what's going in here, and neither do the planning and zoning. They didn't vote it down 5-4, they voted it down 5-2. These are the people you guys appointed to look at this stuff, way more intelligent than I am. From what I read, there's 68% of the land that's wetlands that's gonna be covered up. People mentioned the traffic issues and everything like that. So I'm asking you guys just to fall in line with the people you guys appointed, planning and zoning, to, you know, deny this approval for this land use. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Karen Sands, and I also live in a villa, and I live on that pond.
And he's saying that he'll plant trees as a buffer. Trees are not, well, you can't plant 20-foot trees. And you're not gonna buffer the lights, they're not gonna buffer the sound that's gonna come from there, and you're talking about, you're putting this in my backyard. And I'm asking you to think, before you vote, would you want it in your backyard?
Thank you.
All right, Charlie Hunt, Mill Creek Estates. Okay, nothing but fun. All right, I've been checking the property records, and it hadn't really shown that that property's been bought. So is this a fallback? If it doesn't get approved, they didn't lose money on it already. Okay, and yes, I went and looked through the whole agenda when the PZA had it. I mean, I was there anyways, and yep, the wetlands, the backfilling that would need to be done on that. So it's like it always is now. We can fill this in, and the water will just get pushed somewhere else, but we ain't got to worry about it because it is getting sent somewhere else. Okay. It shows in the agenda roughly 3 acres of the 4.5 acre property will be used. So, and looking at the map of the wetlands area that wasn't showed up on the opening statements, that yes, I'd say I just came up with 60%, but it is. It's going to have to be backfilled and pushed out somewhere else. Okay, but as I said, I haven't seen anything in the records that the property has been physically actually bought by these ones who want to put this so-called putt-putt place for it. But what kind of is strange to me is why right there? Why not somewhere where you're in a big housing development area like Nocatee or Rivertown? Something like that, that's right there, where you ain't got people trying to get in and out off of that road, US 1, and it's going in and out right there. Is it location? Well, maybe not. It's the cheap price of the property that they can just fill in, that they haven't really bought yet. Or at least, like I said, it hasn't showed records of it. But what's one of the main things to me is it wasn't brought up by the presenter is this will be a full bar family fun time. Full bar family fun time. So if you want to take your family there, let your kids go out there and you get a full bar. You know, I mean, really? Come on. If that's the money maker, that's pathetic of how people have to worry about having a full bar to take their kids somewhere and let them play a little mini golf. All right, it's a little bit of the ethics about it. You know, yeah, I got kids, and we need a full bar here so the kids can go and play. That's the main factor they want to add in and don't really put up and say.
Thank you. All right, any other public comments on agenda item 2 at this time? Okay, seeing none, we will close public comment at this time.
All right, back to the full board. Anyone have any comments or questions? Follow-up. Commissioner Joseph, you're recognized.
Yes, I have a question. So I'm concerned that I mean, I might agree to this if I know for sure this is going in and it's going to be exactly what it is. When I moved from Arizona to here, all the entertainment places have bars, which is the weirdest thing ever, especially going to Busch Garden and all that. So, I mean, it's up to the parents to control themselves and whatnot. But I'd like to see something for that area. I get emails all the time from plenty of parents going, why can't we have a middle, entertainment center for middle school kids and older? And I get it. But my concern is that this isn't going to work, and then you get the zoning, and then it becomes something bigger. How do I get assured that it's going to stay the one-story putt-putt thing that you want because it hasn't been sold or whatever? I'm just concerned. If you guaranteed...
You want my true suggestion? Call all of your friends once it's open and have them come there to support a local family-owned business. That's how you make sure it succeeds once it's open.
But see, I've got to have it come from you that they are doing this and that you're not just switching the zoning, because there's a homeschool program under the two bridges, and I think Brad Wester had this agreement to put a storage unit there, which I think I agreed to. It's still up for sale, and there's no storage unit there, and that was 3 years ago. So my concern is the same thing's going to happen here, and the people want it, and I want to vote for the people, but then nothing's ever going to go there. So I don't know what to say except that I can't go tell people to go use it. That's not the point I'm trying to make.
Sure.
So you'd have my vote if you could, confirm that's going to happen. If not, I'm sorry, I have to vote against it.
I guess I'm unsure how to get that to you, but I'm happy to work through that. To address maybe your concerns about the other project, I can't tell you what happens with, but I can tell you interest rates are very high right now. Construction costs are very high. Could have had an impact on the other project. I can bring the applicant up here. He can talk about his desire from his heart and what he's trying to do. Some of this is, call it the throes of construction and permitting past this approval, but each project has to be considered on its own merit and not compared to others. So I don't believe I've ever done anything to lead this board astray in any of the projects I've presented here. Obviously, I can't control the landowners and the applicants, but I can assure you that you have what's desired to be a single-use tenant here, and that man's going to do everything he can to deliver his project successfully for the people of St. Johns County. He's here with his son today. I can ask him to come up. He's not a public speaker. He asked me to try to present this as best he can, but I could maybe give him a few minutes after my rebuttal to just provide any assurance you can that he's here to deliver a successful project.
I think that would help.
Sure.
Commissioner Whitehurst, you have the.
Sorry.
You have the floor.
Mr. Chair, I want to make sure Mr. Lottie has the opportunity to do his rebuttal, and then I've got a comment. Thank you.
Okay, then don't push your button off. Go ahead, sir.
So just made some notes here. I'll run through them. Happy to hear the Valencia crowd was supportive of the reduction to 1 story. I did check our proposed landscape plans, which are under review by the County Development Review Committee now. The trees that we are proposing at planting will be a minimum 10 feet in height. So all of the trees that you see there are proposed to be a minimum of 10 feet with a 1-story building there. Addressing the music and the outdoors and the noise, this project has its primary entertainment venue directly facing US 1. I don't have the exact number in my head, but I believe it's north of 50,000 cars a day go up and down US 1, and I'm not sure how many trains blow their horn at the intersection there of IGP. I am not a noise expert, but I hardly believe any potential live music on the patio here that is all in accordance with the St. Johns County noise ordinance and enforced by our wonderful sheriff. I don't see the owner not complying with the county noise ordinance. All lighting must comply with the St. Johns County Land Development Code. Thus, we won't have any light trespass here, and that is the intent. We have pushed the parking lot as far to the south side as we can, again, trying to get all the vehicles on site and in here, so any parking lot lighting is really going to be centered back there. I noticed that one presenter talked about the tourism component of CHT. Really not the intent as a tourism draw here. That's just the name of the zoning classification and the types of uses that it provides. Again, these wetlands are relatively low to moderate quality wetlands. They're directly abutting a federal highway. Not the place for wetland preservation, truthfully. Encouraging preservation of this site, there's much better places contiguously allowing this wetland preservation and conservation to occur. The property appraiser, to address Mr. Hunt's comment, not to divulge many developer secrets, but there's not many developers that come to you already owning the property. If they have a real estate purchase contract, this board's approval is going to be one of the critical components to finalizing that transaction. Why not somewhere else? A lot of these master plan communities are deed restricted. They have ARBs. They're controlling what goes in there. Our client is not a developer. He's a visionary. He's an entrepreneur. He retired from the corporate world. This is his project. This is his desire. This is his legacy. This isn't a corporate development firm. This isn't one of the known strip center developers that you've seen up here asking for things day in, day out. This is a man who left the corporate world, like I said, with his family and is desiring to build this project. And to address the vapes, CN does allow convenience stores, which to my knowledge sell vapes. So there could be a vape store there now under the current zoning. Is there any questions from the
Commissioner
board?
Whitehurst. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the wetlands, in terms of a planning purpose, I mean, the wetlands are already impacted because this is zoned for development. So just from a planning perspective, I think we can consider these wetlands already impacted. If you can build a 3-story hotel, I think we can safely assume there would be some impervious surface there for parking lots. I mean, that is what is entitled, and they have a legal right to build today prior to this hearing. I'm also not concerned about introducing alcohol into this area. I can go to Donovan's Irish Pub, and the rumor is that not everybody drinks Coca-Cola with their fish and chips, right? Some people order a shepherd's pie and a Guinness.
That's correct.
And so some of them might even order a Jameson.
A Jameson, yes,
Right.
sir.
So, I mean, people are consuming alcohol in this neighborhood as we speak. And so, again, just considering the fact that this is already zoned for development, we would not be rezoning an OR parcel for development. And always in the back of my mind, the fact that it's commercial zoned, pre-Live Local Act means that somebody could come in and build Live Local Act affordable housing on this parcel today by right. This is a great community use, having considered everything that's been presented, having considered some of the concerns of the community, which are legitimate concerns. I'm not saying that they're not, but I think that this is going to be a quality of life enhancement for the community. I think you're going to meet all the standards of the St. Johns River Water Management District as it relates to moving the water as is required by law. And so I'll be voting in favor of this.
Correct.
Okay, would anyone like to entertain a motion?
Were you going to have him speak? Oh, yeah. Yeah, I forgot that.
After he's done.
How'd I do? Where's my magic wand?
Okay. Can I speak yet?
Yes, you can.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Can I have your son up here too? I have a question for him.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. When you're done, I'd like to ask him a question.
Ask him right now. He was actually going to bring that putter with his first putt that he ever made at hole-in-one, but we chose not to.
So my question is, are you going to take over the business?
If that plan goes down, then yes, I think I will.
Thank you.
After he gets his master's.
There you go, after school.
So, yes, my name is Barrett Tennant. Thank you for having my time and my son Cole. Ever since he's been 3 years old, we like to get out and do family activities together. Family is very important to me, and seeing just what goes on around with his peers and things like that, that they don't get that. And this is just something to bond with families. And it's not just because him and I both love golf. It's just something that's always been around, and it always will be around. And the average age of a putt-putt player is 25 years old. You would think it's 12, but it's not. People always say, I went on my first date with my wife playing putt-putt. It's just something that it just resonates in your head. And just to do some of the other things, just the alcohol type of thing, you know, it's just to have a refreshing beer, but it's just like going to Outback Steakhouse. They have alcohol as well, and it's a family type of steakhouse. But if there is going to be a noise, the only noise that would possibly be coming from would be, just like Matt said, would be, it won't be from the putt-putt. And there won't even be, there'll be a one-person band a couple nights of the week, but they would stop before 10 o'clock, and that would be on the front patio, which you would not even be able to hear. The lights, the only lights that would affect would be parking lights, but they will be dimmed out straight down so they won't be going anywhere else. The other lights would be on the putt-putt itself, which would be looking down. We know how kids are when they hit their ball and there goes another light. So we have them perfectly set to where they need to be. The reason I have not purchased this property yet is because of due diligence to go through everything. Trust me, I've spent a substantial amount of my own money to get to where we're at now. And hopefully him and his friends, we've all done marketing research on this project, and all think it's a fantastic idea. There's 79,000 vehicles that travel through that road every single day on a regular basis. I think it's a great location for this, and it's just not because of Palencia, but for Nocatee, for Silverleaf, for surrounding all of North St. Johns County. This is somewhere to go to and have just a wonderful time. And no, there's not going to be smoking on the property. I will have signs up that say, if you don't have a good mood, you can just go back home. It's going to be something that's just going to be great fun. And the senior citizen communities, I'd like to have them over there before it's open to the public, bust in, have that social time, and get that exercise in, and then have the food trucks accommodated to them alone before it's open to the public. I have many other ideas I could go over with you all at another time, but I don't want to give everything away. There's a couple of things that are kind of hidden. But yes, I mean, if anybody has any more questions for me or my mentor.
Yes, I just have one question.
Yes, sir.
Have you beat him in golf yet?
I'm sorry?
Have you beat him in golf yet?
Yes, of course.
From the Reds.
My son was 25 before he beat me. Holy cow, that's crazy. Okay, cool. Anyone else? Commissioner Taylor, you're recognized.
Yes, no, well, I want to thank you. It was very nice to meet your son. I can honestly say that I hear from so many residents in that area, Palencia, Las Colinas, Kensington, that they are very much interested in more entertainment type things as this, that they really want someplace to go, and unfortunately we don't have anything like this, as you had mentioned. And also when I think about what could go there, a multi-level, some type of multi-story building or something, I really appreciate that that's going to be one story. I also appreciate that you're going to be putting in some trees. Right now there really aren't very many, so I'm glad that you're going to be putting some in there. But I appreciate it. It sounds like you've listened, and when I think about what could go there, I think this is a great option. So I'm prepared to make a motion.
Please.
Unless anybody else had any comments. All right, I make a motion to enact ordinance 2026-1, approving Res 2025-11, Nothing Putt Fun, based on 4 findings of fact as provided in the staff report.
I'll second that motion. Let's vote. And that passes 5-0. Do we have time to get one more in? Congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
That
Thank you
passed
very
5-0.
much.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Now, lunch is ready, but do we have time to get one more in? Let's go to agenda item number 3, please. And let's get that done, and then we'll break for lunch. Okay, while we're waiting on them, we'll do our ex parte. Commissioner Whitehurst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no record of any emails, phone calls, or meetings.
Thank you. Commissioner Joseph.
No record of meetings or emails.
Commissioner Arnold.
I also have no record of any emails, phone calls, or meetings.
And Commissioner Taylor.
And I have no record of any emails or meetings.
I don't either, so you're on.
Thank you very much. And being a native of St. Augustine with kids, excited about this, the project before us also. Always looking for good things to do in our community. Alex Akery with DCCM, 7 Waldo Street, coming before you today for rezoning of the James Kogo commercial project in South St. Augustine. This is in front of the Macarios subdivision, south of Watson Road, north of 206 off of US 1 South. It's about a 0.68 acre parcel. See 125 feet of frontage roughly along US 1. Currently in a mixed use land use district with it's a commercial zoning of CG. It was done in 1986 with conditions. Some conditions were, it was originally planned for an expansion of the James Flooring Development building that's directly to the north. Those conditions weren't met, so it had a 5-year lifespan, so technically reverted back to an OR zoning. Let me go back here. So you got CI zoning to the north, which was rezoned in 2016. You got CI to the south. That was done in 2005. I said there's a Macarios PUD directly to the west of it that has some commercial also along with the single family. Another big commercial PUD directly to the south of that. Office professional across the street on the east side of US 1. Quick aerial of the property with the residential to the west. There will be a 20B buffer proposed for this property. They don't have any definitive plans on what they want to do. Just want to get the zoning cleaned up to rezone it to CI to be consistent with the north and south properties. It'll have direct access to US 1, barring permitting efforts with FDOT in St. Johns County on access. There's an existing turn lane that into the Macarios development, which across the front of this property. Permitted uses will be consistent with the adjacent developments. So it's really just cleaning up the zoning to get it back to CI consistent with the adjacent properties. I'm here for any questions that y'all may have.
Any questions from the board? We'll go to public comment then.
Okay, at this time, we will hear public comment on agenda item number 3. Please step forward.
Hi, Denise Locke, Sevilla Drive. I live in the Shores. I'm asking more of a question than making a comment. What does this open it up to be? I mean, he's saying what the zoning should be, but what is the zoning now, and what is it going to open it up to allow it to be if you change it? Because for me, you're changing zoning like with the putt-putt, you know, you're opening the door to let the dog in, but what if a rat rolls in? You know, if they end up with nightly entertainment up there, it's not going to be fun, and I don't want to know what's going into my neighborhood because he wants it open to be anything.
All right, anyone else? Okay, seeing none, we will close public comment on this item.
Maybe you could address that.
Yes, thank you. It is only a 0.68 acre site, very limited, only 125 feet of width. So the options are pretty limited. I mean, they looked at doing an RV boat storage, which is a very low traffic generator. That only yielded about 20 to 21 spaces. So you're looking at something very, very low intense on this property, just due to the size and what can actually fit.
Okay, thank you. Any comments from the board? Okay, I guess we'll entertain a motion. Yes, sir.
I'm Clint Lynch, Growth Management Chief Engineer. Just wanted to provide some clarification on the access. So the current zoning has a condition that, as Alex mentioned, has a shared access with the property to the north. And we spoke with FDOT since it's direct access to US 1, and they said their preference was to leave that condition if it's rezoned. So just wanted to relay that to you all.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, I'm prepared to make a motion to enact ordinance 2026-
to
to approve Res 2025-11. What? Sorry, hold on just a minute. Okay, Motion to enact ordinance 2026-2, approving Res 2025-13, James Kogo commercial based on 4 findings of fact as provided in the staff report. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's vote. Okay, that passes 5-0. We are going to adjourn the Board of County Commission for, we're going to
Recess.
we have to adjourn anyway, don't we? Okay, so we have to, so we're taking a recess. All right, we'll take a recess for, till 1 o'clock. Thanks.
We just won't be done.
Recess. was the freezing cold. I misplaced a phone.
Oh, you want to call it without one?
Hey, Pam. We're back in session. We will convene the Community Redevelopment Agency at this time, and we will go straight to Tara. Wait a minute. Tyler, are you ready? Okay, what we're going to do before we start is we're going to announce that Commissioner Justice's husband passed away just about 20 minutes ago, and so we wanted to take a moment of silence for Ron, for her and her family, and we want to recognize the legend that her husband was as a doctor and as an Olympian, someone who he went to the Olympics supporting the United States of America, and it's a loss for us. So we just want to take a moment of silence in recognition of Ron. Thank you so much. Did you want to say something? Okay. Thank you very much, Tyler, for that, and thank you, everybody. We will now go on with our agenda under agenda item number 4. Tara.
Good afternoon. I'm Tara Meeks, the Director of Community and Cultural Developments, and we are here today convening the CRA to discuss road paving in Flagler Estates Community Redevelopment Area. So just a little bit of background on how we got here today. This past summer, county staff conducted a series of visioning sessions with the residents of Flagler Estates.
Through the chair. I'm sorry. You actually have to convene the board. Ms. Meeks can't do that, so you actually have to adjourn. Did he? He said we're convening. Okay.
Yeah. No. Thank you for keeping me in line. Yeah, I got it. Thank you. Go ahead, Tara.
Okay. So we had a series of visioning sessions this past summer with county staff and the residents. We had pretty good participation from the residents. We had 20 or so members come out and work with us and let us know what their priorities were. And through those kind of listening sessions, we heard that one of the top priorities was paving roadways. Paving roadways is consistent with the approved Flagler Estates Community Redevelopment Plan, and it is expected that it will help that area continue on to have successful, robust economic vitality and improved development of the area. Flagler Estates is a little bit different than the rest of the county when it comes to road paving, though, in that the Flagler Estates Road and Water Control District oversees the paving of roads in that area. The Flagler Estates Road and Water Control District is an independent special taxing district. They're duly organized and existing under the provision of Chapter 98-528 Laws of Florida and Chapter 298 Florida Statutes as amended. So, county staff began working with both the Flagler Estates Road and Water Control District and the community residents to come up with a paving plan and figure out what was in the best interest and what was desired by the community residents and what worked well with
the Road and Water District's plans. And we came up with a plan here that you see on the board that results in about 4.5 miles of paved roads. We've also worked into the plan installation of new directional signs, the actual street name signs, because a lot of those out there are in need of replacement. And we've got a little bit of funding down here for acknowledgement that the CRA provided funding for these roads. You will notice that for 4.5 miles, we've got this very good cost-effective price of $761,896. That is because the vast majority of the roads that are here in the paving plan already have the millings in place. The millings are the ground-up old asphalt rock, which are laid down as the base for the paving. And here, through this plan, for the most part, we're just going to be laying that top layer of that inch to inch and a half of actual asphalt over the top of those millings. We do have a little bit of millings here in the plan as well. That is predominantly to go over existing millings roads, and it's just the millings that have been there for a while. They're a little bit eroded. There's some potholing. We just need to smooth it out, or Road and Water needs to smooth it out before the paving gets laid on top. So this paving plan, like I said, we all worked together on it, but it was presented by county staff to the Flagler Estates Road and Water Control District Board at their December 18th board meeting, and that plan was unanimously approved by their board. We then held a community meeting at Flagler Estates on January 14th, so last week, to review the paving plan, and all the residents who came out were very positive and excited about the potential to pave these roads. So, if the Community Redevelopment Agency, which is you all, desires to move forward with the paving plan, we would need to establish an interlocal agreement with the Flagler Estates Road and Water Control District. And this would allow the use of our CRA Flagler Estates funds, that tax incremental funding, to be utilized towards paving those roads that are in that identified plan. The draft interlocal agreement, which is being provided here for consideration today, does include direct payment to the subcontractors for the work, so that we do have some accountability and insurance that the work is being done as is outlined in the plan. The project budget for FY26 is currently set at $500,000. There's a line in the Flagler State CRA budget that identifies that funding. This paving plan does exceed that allocated funds by $261,896. We are requesting consideration to move that funding from the Flagler State CRA Trust Fund reserves up to that project line so that the project can be completed in its entirety. And moving forward with this paving plan, we did keep it at a level where we're utilizing, I would say, the majority of the funds that are currently available in the CRA, but also leaving some funding in the account so that we have money to pursue some of the other priorities that were identified by the residents, including the potential playground improvements. So there's a motion for consideration today, which includes amending our FY26 budget to utilize some of those reserves and bring them up into that project improvement line, and to execute or authorize the chair to execute the interlocal agreement between St. Johns County and the Flagler Estates Road and Water Control District so that they can move forward with the paving as they are charged with doing. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the board? Okay, we'll go to public comment.
Okay. At this time, we will hear public comment on this agenda item.
Happy New Year. Shirley Lassiter, 4555 Calvin Street, and I'm also the secretary on the Flagler Estates CRA. So this is a really exciting proposal in front of you because both the CRA and the Road and Water are on the same page with this. And so obviously I'm here in support, but even above and beyond that, I wanted to say a few thanks for the support that brought us here to this point. Because so many times, people think one person, one person's idea. Not at all. We are very thankful for both Tara Meeks and Sarah Newell that have led this to this point, having the community meetings, being very transparent in all of this and taking in everything. And not only that, but driving around Flagler Estates and looking at every single one of the roads in the agreement, like they had to go meet with the foreman of Road and Water and really to bring this all in front of you. It is excellent because they are even like being so good with the money part by utilizing the roads that have already been milled for the paving. So it is very fiduciary responsible. Am I saying that right? And just want you all to know that you are appreciated, and I don't think you hear it enough. So thank you, and yeah, I hope you'll all move this. Thanks.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. My name is William Fisher, 10130 McMahon Avenue, Flagler Estates. I am president of Flagler Estates Road and Water Control District. I have been the president for 3 terms, and I've been elected to their board 6 times. And this is the largest and most impressive thing that has ever come before the board since I've been there. Our CRA was conceived, it's quite a while ago. Matter of fact, most of the people that conceived it are gone now. And this is the best thing that has ever happened with it. And I hope it continues. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, folks. This has been a while in coming, but I am so pleased that we've got it worked out and got a what I call a reasonably streamlined kind of mechanism so that we can continue with this into next budget year, that we can plan ahead and be able to set things up because we know sometimes timing is very important. So that's very good. What I was, I guess, just a little concerned about, I guess, is that the contract is also a part of this. So you're accepting the Halifax Paving Company's submission for this work, and I have been asked, and I have to pass this on, that we do have a minority business person who does this kind of work, and he's complained to me over the last couple of years about being able to bid on this kind of work. And I'm not that adept, and I've asked the question in terms of, I know there's a mechanism whereby you can have a single source supplier, that somebody's on an approved list or something like that. And, you know, if I could just have that confirmed so I can pass that on. But I have worked with the board, and they've been very cooperative to try to have smaller work and it's partial jobs, things like that, that he can do. So we are working with that businessman, but I want to just make you aware of the fact that it was voiced to me, and I wouldn't be doing my job unless I passed it on. Okay, I appreciate it. But otherwise, thank you, thank you, thank you. Right.
Are there any other public comments at this time? Okay, seeing none, we will close public comment.
Okay. You want to respond to that?
So Keely pulled down her microphone, so I'll let her respond if she wants to.
Sure, so that's just a proposal we received. It's not a county contract. The district has its own procurement process. So that was just an exhibit to our interlocal agreement. It's not a county contract.
Thank you so much. Thank you. So we're back to the board. Any other comments? Motion? You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Motion to adopt CRA Resolution 2026-1, amending the fiscal year 2026 Flagler Estates Community Redevelopment Agency budget for the Flagler Estates Road Improvement Project to increase the project budget from $500,000 to $761,896, transferring $261,896 from the Flagler Estates Trust Fund reserves, appropriating $761,896 from the Flagler Estates Redevelopment Trust Fund to be used solely for eligible expenses associated with the project.
Second.
Authorizing the chair to execute an interlocal agreement between the agency and Flagler Estates Road and Water Control District in substantially the same form as attached hereto.
Second to that very long motion. Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote. And it, who didn't? Oh, it's not on your screen. What say you? Yes. Aye, so we have a unanimous 4-0 vote for approval. Thank you so much. We are going to adjourn the Community Redevelopment Agency and convene the Board of County Commissioner meeting back for agenda item number 5. Before we go forward, I just want to clear something up. Because we pulled 6 and added one from the agenda item, what I would like to do is make it agenda item number 7, 6, number 8, 7, and the agenda item number 23.
Commissioner, it may be easier for the clerk's office if you just leave the numbers the way they are and we get to 6 to skip it unless you're moving the order around.
Well, would it be easy to put the consent agenda item is number 6? Just
Even
put it
if
in
it's
its
9,
place.
you can hear it next, if that makes sense.
Yeah, well, let's just put it in that position. We'll take the one that was pulled. I think it was 26. Is going to now be agenda item number 6. So we're at 5. So.
Can I just say one thing?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I just, since we're doing this and we're reconvening, I would like to request that item number 7 be pulled at this meeting due to Commissioner Joseph not being able to reconvene with us. If we could please move number 7 to our next board meeting, I would greatly appreciate that. Yes.
Okay, we have a motion to pull agenda item number 7 off the agenda for a future meeting. Do we have a second? Okay, without a second, then that will fail. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. So this was consent agenda item number 26, now regular agenda item number 6. This is the sunsetting of the Northwest Communications Tower Citizens Advisory Board.
I think we missed 5. Hold on.
Wait.
I think it's Neil, sorry.
Oh, man.
Agenda item number 5. But you were really doing good. Sorry.
They wanted me to go before Neil.
I think everybody wants to go before Neil. So
I'm completely fine with that.
you're up, brother. Sorry about that. There you go.
Chairman Murphy, Commissioners, good afternoon. Neil Shinka, Utilities Director. The item in front of you today is a septic to sewer discussion. This is something the board wanted to come back with, for staff to come back with a presentation. So we're here today with that presentation. A quick agenda. We're going to go to present to you an existing policy, some of the barriers to entry that we've seen. Before we give you some recommendations, we want to go some goals of the new policy, and then we feel how these recommendations are going to help the community and environment in general. So what you see on the right-hand side is Section 5 of our utility ordinance. It's called Line Extension Program. The utility currently does not have a septic to sewer program that is specified septic to sewer. But indirectly, we've been practicing sort of this septic to sewer connections through our line extension policy. Because what line extension means is really extending the existing infrastructure to either water customers, new water customers, or new sewer customers. So the sewer part of that is sort of our gimmick to have that septic to sewer program, but we don't have specifically named that way. But just to go through it, the application is residential only. It does not apply to infill homes, new growth. And the reason for that is because historically how this thing came in place, it was for existing homes that don't have the ability to bring financing. When you construct a new home, you have the ability to do that. That's why infill growth is not included. So this is only limited to residential connections. A few highlights that are on the right side, and actually the policy is just one pager, so that's kind of summarizing some of the highlights. The current ordinance and policy restricts to 200 feet. It kind of doesn't restrict new connections to 200 feet, but it's silent on how you deal with more than 200 feet. So that's the policy has worked well so far, commissioners, but it's something, there's always room for improvement. This is one area for sure. The line extension costs vary. So right now, the way it's written, it's more of a current customer equity per se, kind of making it accountable. So every time any resident comes to us for any sewer connections, we do a cost analysis per location. So if there's a ditch, if the connection is on the other side, the price can vary. And you will see later on how the varying of those costs are. We also add a 25% administrative fee as required by the ordinance currently. Another thing is that the policy currently doesn't define multiple properties. It kind of does, it kind of doesn't, that are greater than 200. This is also an opportunity for improvement. If you see that if you can read that last line where it says, county reserves the right to extend services as necessary. So it's not proper. It kind of gives direction to staff to do what they feel is right. So we want to certainly cure that area. And last but not least, it doesn't give us a consumer price index, a CPI for future. So whenever we connect people, we connect them to the price today. So they pay X amount of dollars. But if you go in the future, it doesn't, the CPI doesn't, is included. And so somebody that's paying today, it's unfair for them to pay what they pay today. Somebody that's paying 5 years down the road, they're paying for that same connection at the same price. So some equity, alignment of the equity is not right there. But again, that's our existing policy. It's worked, but there's certainly nuances and something that we can improve on. Barriers to entry, and what you see on your right-hand side is just an example. I know Commissioner Joseph is not there. She specifically asked me a question about whether this would be just Treasure Beach. It isn't. What we're presenting is county-wide, so it applies to any area. But that example there is Treasure Beach. So some of the things that we want to share with the board is high cost of construction. This is the number one item that comes aboard with our customer base. And really there's two costs. One, there is a public side of cost, which is our fees. And then there is a private side of cost, which the customer, the homeowner has to do. And we'll go through that in our next slide. But that's certainly cost prohibitive for a lot of our customers to connect. Second is lack of coordinated interest. If you can see the figure on the right, the dots there, the green dots are where people are connected, but the stars are people that would love to get connected, and they're all over the place. So certainly you will see later on that the coordination doesn't work properly when we get these requests because they're all, they're separated by 1,000 feet, sometimes 2,000 feet, and the current policy as it stands is very difficult to implement in those cases. And last but not least is the operational issues. When we connect people further away from existing infrastructure and there's only one home, it creates a lot of maintenance issues for us because the flow is not there. Just one home, there's no flushing points required, and that costs a lot of money, and it's not an efficient way to do it. So staff is not incentivized to approve projects that are away from these systems. And really the three that I mentioned are sort of in a D loop. One causes, one triggers the other, and they're always in that D loop. The result being people are get away and are not interested in connecting to sewer. And last, but I just want to take a moment to applaud the board because what you are asking me to do right now I'm personally really appreciative of that. It's a perfect time because there's a lot of emerging state and local mandates that are on board. And I think for us as a county to do this proactively today with the board is a great sign because as you know, you all are trying very hard for grants, septic to sewer grants with the state. I know that's been an agenda for administration. So it's a perfect time to talk about this. So thank you for that. So just those costs that I mentioned, if you look at it, the top costs are the utility fees. Very, very quickly, that way you're not familiar with this. The first one is what we call the infrastructure charge. This is the physical connection from the house to the requesting house and the existing infrastructure. And as you can see, if you're close to the infrastructure, it could be as less as $800. If you're further away, it could be $6,400. And these are numbers that we pulled from data that we have. So kind of an average from historical numbers. Sewer connection fee is a constant. That is something every customer, a new customer, pays for. That is a capacity fee that every home is required to pay. So there's no exemption to that one for anyone. The sewer tap fee is something that we plug in at this point in time. It is just a connection fee that's been through our ordinances for a long time. Administrative fee I mentioned is 25%, and in this case, it's 25% of that infrastructure charge. So again, if you see the utility-only fees can vary from $8,000 to $15,000, certainly cost prohibitive, but the equation doesn't end there. You have private costs because residents have to abandon their septic tanks, and this is really a approximate number I put there. Depending upon the size of your tank, depending upon where you are, what kind of a deal you got from the contractor, that number can vary drastically. And grinder pump station is a common way to connect these people, so that's a number that also varies depending on the size of your home, and averages anywhere from $4,000 to $5,000. So in totality, if you look at it, is quite the number, like I mentioned, and it easily be cost prohibitive because these homes are existing. They have to finance this cost to pay for cash, so it certainly for fixed income people, it's very difficult. Anytime we want to recommend something, we want to give you the intent of goals that we have. So we felt we'll go with the goals of what we have as staff in mind before we recommend you something. First thing comes in mind, some things that I just talked about, is really in an attempt to increase homeowner participation through financial flexibility, because cost is certainly that parameter for prohibition of doing this. Second is, we want to make sure our existing customers are protected. We're an enterprise fund. We don't want to subsidize. At the same time, we have to watch for that ratepayer equity. So we want to assure you that we're also looking at that and not just recommending you without that. Last but not least is the supporting environmental stewardship I mentioned in the morning, and community health goals. I mean, these are waters of the county, the state, that our community recreates, fishes, swims, and we want it to be healthy. And I think aging septic tanks have known to cause that pollution or algal blooms and so forth. So it's the right thing to that is certainly a high-end goal for us as staff. And last not least is comprehensive guidelines and outreach. And this is something our administration created the structure with our OPA. Again, it's worked so well. And Commissioner Murphy, I know you were there at the meeting and you could see firsthand. I think Jennifer from the OPA was there representing us. Really, their help has been tremendous. Reaching out to the community is important for us, and now we have that resource to help us not only reach out, but explain it well with pamphlets and all that kind of stuff. So that resource has held a good taste at this point. So we want to take advantage of that to communicate all this to the community. That's our last goal. So going back from these goals, here's what we recommend to you as a board. The first thing is, I call it A, because I'm going to refer to these things later. Offer a one-stop septic to sewer infrastructure charge rather than a varying rate, because we know at the end of the day, as a utility in a whole, we'll be okay. So we want to put a one charge that way. And I think this is the most efficient thing to do. I think we have one staff member that does these. Anytime we get a request, they go out there, they're spending their time, so it really provides a lot of efficiency for us. We can put him or her to another use at this point. So one charge, and this is not a random charge. We're using data analytics from hundreds, if not 1,000 connections previously to come up with a number that we feel is an average number out there. We are also going to suggest that we not necessarily exempt the administrative and sewer tap fee, but make it as a whole. So A becomes B. So we don't have a separate administrative fee. We have one charge. And I'll go into this more because this is what I call the environmental benefit. I feel we owe the community and the environment that charge. And I think if we keep the waters of the state right, I think it at the end of the day, it benefits the utility in the long run with our permits that we discharge our waters of the state because we are a point source of discharge. These septic tanks, aging septic tanks are a non-point. So I think this is giving back to the community per se. That's why we are suggesting that the B be exempt to zero. The C is really allowing financing. This is a big change. We're going to allow new customers that are wanting sewer to finance this with a 7-year financing at a 5% rate. That is a rate that is there in our ordinance currently. It does not have to be changed. We can piggyback that rate. It's kind of fair. It's not high. It's not low. The way we look at it, it doesn't cost the utility any more. So we feel a 5% is a very legitimate number for it. Plus, it's probably a good rate at this time for anybody that wants to take use of that 7-year financing. Last but not least, I talked about that 200 feet and that coordinative effort. We want to extend that from 200 to 1,000 feet. And that will really allow us to look at projects comprehensively. Now, there is a small asterisk on it where I've said minimum connection required, and that goes back to that operational item. When we bring policy to you, we'll probably say, well, if it's 1,000 feet, we need at least 4 connections to keep that flow going. So we don't want to connect just one person 1,000 foot away, but we'll come with that detail later on. Last but not least, we feel we will include infill lots, and this is something was not there before. But I think it's a good thing because even though it's a new house and they have financing available, if they're opting to not put a septic tank, which they can, I think it's a good thing for us. Last but not least, where this goes, if the board's okay with it, and again, this is an open discussion, we can hear comments, but if you're okay with this, we can take the next steps for amending our county ordinance, and that requires 2 hearings separately, and we can talk about that. Here's a summary, actually, I forgot about this. This is kind of a summary that will, what it'll look like. So you have your current that I went through, and the A, the B, and the C are the ones that I discussed. So if you look at that one charge, is going to be $2,250, where we feel comfortable. The B is we're exempting that to nothing. That's the part I talked about, the admin fee, and forgot what the other one was. And the C is really ability to finance that charge. So if you look at that and you can look at the comparison, we're trying to do the best we can, and all of that $8,155 could be financed by the customer. So really what this means, and I've repeated some of this, aging septic tanks, minimizing risks to groundwaters. Really, these are all community benefits, enhancing the public health, environmental protection of our intercoastal waterways. I talked about recreating, fishing, and promotes equitable access to central sewer. This is what our goal was. I think it's a good thing. And really, as I mentioned to the grants, this is a proactive measure the board could take to be ready for the next steps to come. Nothing has been done yet. Nothing has been mandated yet from the state, but we see the writing on the wall where it's headed, so we'll be in better position. Commissioner, with that, we're here for questions. I do want to acknowledge Terry Shoemaker, our Chief Engineer Planning, and Gordon was not here, and they're behind the scenes. I get to present, but they're always doing the great things for us here at the utility. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Whitehurst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Shinkray, this morning during the infrastructure update, which was spectacular, I wish we could talk about that all day. You mentioned that you were going to be preventing 1 million pounds of nutrients from reaching our waterways. Can you talk about that a little bit more? I thought that was very
Absolutely.
exciting.
Commissioner, the new facility at State Road 207 that we're putting in is a state-of-the-art advanced wastewater facility. So number one, it produces the lowest nutrient coming out of that treatment from 207 wastewater. But the reason I mentioned the 1 million is currently most of that water is being treated at our Anastasia Island wastewater facility, which is not an advanced wastewater facility.
Right.
So we are trying to ship all of that wastewater through that project I mentioned in the morning to the 207 facility. So currently that wastewater, because we're landlocked, we cannot maximize reclaimed water in that area. We can only do so much that is currently going to some golf courses like Marsh Creek there, but most of it is going out in the Matanzas River. When it's shipped to 207, all of it will be reclaimed, and that amount of water that used to go to the Matanzas is now going to be going for irrigation in Northwest Park. That delta of water and the delta of the treatment in nutrients in nitrogen and phosphorus will no longer be going to Matanzas. If you do the math, it comes to about 1 million pounds for the next 20 years.
That's spectacular. I just think there's a lot of people who really care about our environment, who care about the ecological impact that development has on our waterways. And I didn't want to gloss over that. There were so many things I could have highlighted from this morning, but we only have so many hours in the day, and I wanted to circle back to that. For the purposes of this agenda item, I'm comfortable adopting the staff recommendations pending the comments of the board.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Just a couple questions for you, Neil. What percentage of a neighborhood do you really need to opt in to make it viable for you?
Really, this doesn't have to be a percentage, Commissioner. It could be one, it could be 2 homes. I had mentioned in there, if you look at item D, it says beyond 1,000 feet, staff will seek commission approval. What happens is when you have a larger community like Treasure Beach, and if the whole community comes to the forefront saying we want, get our septic to sewer program, that becomes a larger project. And so we're open to that, but that is very unique. You have to look at it. So you don't need any percentage. This policy as it stands can be unitary, can be multiple properties, can be anything, as long as it fits this pattern. That's why we've made it as flexible as possible. So you are a home that is 300 foot away, you're connected right away. You're 5 homes within that distance, you can be part of this policy.
Okay, is there a, I noticed there's a couple different systems that we can look at, true gravity systems and then something that requires grinder pumps. Do you have a preference of cost when it comes to cost and construction, whether it's just a true gravity or a grinder pump system?
Most of these septic tank conversions are usually in the coastal areas like Treasure Beach. They're already existing communities. So when you go to those neighborhoods and reopen the roadways, and these gravity systems are 10 foot, 20 foot deep, and you need a lift station for that, they're certainly expensive. And so gravity would always remain the #1 option from a maintenance and a long-term standpoint. Unfortunately, because of the cost effectiveness of it, we tend to go to the grinder system. Now, my recommendation would always be gravity, but at a certain cost. And a gravity system, the perfect example would be the grants. So if you were to get a grant for Treasure Beach, and let's say I'm just making it up, it'd be $2 million from the state. Well, we'll definitely go with gravity system where we can bring in those grants and use those dollars. I mean, you're looking at millions of dollars to put these gravity systems in a neighborhood like Treasure Beach, and they're going to vary depending on the size of the community and where the sewer is.
Okay. Thank you. Does the 207 facility have the capacity for the increased amount that'll be coming to it?
Yes, sir. The 207 is a 3.25 million gallons per day facility, and it's constructed in such a sense that we could duplicate it. We're duplicated in the sense we double the capacity from it. So we always look at these planning numbers for, I think we're good for the next 10 to 15 years for sure in that facility.
So just one more question. In your example, you gave a fee of $8,155.05 per unit at 5% for 7 years. Anybody got an iPhone with a calculator? Give me an idea what the monthly fee would be on that for 84 months. 81.55 divided by 84. Anybody got that? Plus 5% interest. The phone I have I have a cheap county phone, and I don't have a calculator on it.
Yes, Through the chair, the cost I just determined on the 5% annual interest rate for 7 years on 8155 is a monthly payment of $115.
$115. Okay. Thank you. That's all I had.
Sure.
That's pretty good. I guessed 110, so that wasn't bad. Okay. Commissioner Whitehurst, did you want to? Do you want to go forward? Commissioner Taylor, do you have anything? Okay. Go ahead. You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to move that we adopt the staff's recommendation, including updating our ordinance. Yes, we're going to hear public comment after we get a second, if we get a second.
If we get a second. All right.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second. Do you want to go to public comment for this?
Yes, at this time, we will take public comment on agenda item number 5.
Now it's afternoon. Judy Spiegel, 101 Green Willow Lane. All right, this really totally brought out my inner nerd. The St. Johns County 101 thing, this was my favorite part of every department. I have no idea why. It just, I never thought about where our water comes from. I never thought about where our sewage goes to. And I went and I toured the facility. Neil Shinkray is amazing. What a brilliant man, what an asset to this county. This is so helpful for affordable housing. In my little minimal knowledge of this, that's a big part of the hindrance is this sewer to septic, and there's just not connections. This is remarkable and wonderful. And, you know, like I said, little incremental steps. You just got to take the little steps. This is great. I'm super lit up about this. Imagine that. Thank you very much.
Great. Next.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name's Vicki Pepper. I live on Harbor Vista Circle in St. Augustine, and I'm here today representing myself and CARE, Community Advocates for Racial Equity. And it's been a few hours, so I'll remind everyone, CARE is an informal independent civic action group whose purpose is to serve Black and other underserved communities in St. Johns County by identifying resources, including funding sources, and linking them with community needs as identified by community leaders. First, I want to offer my deepest condolences to Commissioner Joseph and her family. But second, CARE has met with Neil before, and we applaud the efforts of our Utilities Department and its director to develop and recommend policy changes designed to improve affordability, equity, although we would ask the county to be flexible in its understanding of equity, and homeowner participation while advancing state environmental and water quality goals. In keeping with our mission, CARE will continue to advocate for Black and other underserved communities in St. Johns County when it comes to addressing needs relating to utilities generally and septic to sewer in particular. One idea we'd like to see the county explore is identifying a revenue stream and establishing a fund to assist low, very low, and extremely low income households, especially those on fixed incomes, with the costs of septic to sewer conversion, which we do believe is in the interest of our entire community. Although we'd hope that even more can be done to improve affordability and equity in a broad sense, we consider these proposed policy changes to be a positive step in the right direction. Therefore, we urge you today to adopt the Director of Utilities recommendations and direct staff to prepare a formal policy and ordinance amendment for your future consideration. Thank you.
Shirley Lassiter, 4555 Calvin Street, in Flagler Estates, which we are pretty much all well and septic in the county. Our utility isn't really paid here for sewer or water, but I'm concerned about the state and all this talk about septic to sewer. I'm concerned about people whose septic goes out and then maybe there's more regulations now from the state of what they have to do to put in and the cost of that. I just hope that, I mean, obviously your proposed plan looks a heck of a lot better on the bottom line, but then it even brings questions to me that if it ever came a day where we wanted to convert or we had to convert, oh my gosh, I could not come up with that money. That's like, you know, what my last car cost. And sometimes I have trouble with that Did I already go on 3 minutes? Okay. So I guess my concern would be, is the 5% only for the subtotal amount that you had calculated the monthly fee? Or is it for all of the cost for this? And if not, then is any of that cost being picked up for other communities that are having to do a conversion with grant money? I think we need an education piece, so I would ask the county maybe, I know I will work with Tara and Sarah to get some answers, because when I also saw that wonderful presentation at the beginning of this meeting, it looked like Hastings was getting some upgrades and with sewer, and that's only 8 miles away from us. So it feels like this is something we need to be prepared for down the long road. But we don't want to be, we don't want to miss a window of opportunity if there was some kind of financing available to our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, are there any other public comments at this time? All right, seeing none, we will close public comment.
Okay, I just want to make one comment about that. The updated for Hastings was water pressure, right? It wasn't sewer.
Yes, the one we did in the morning was water, but there's sewer improvements too.
Okay, is this a completely voluntary program?
The one.
Yeah, we're not going to force people to connect if they don't want to, right?
No, this is not
Completely voluntary.
Nothing mandated. Yes.
Great. Anyone else have any comments? Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's vote. Okay, that passes 4-0. Thank you so much.
Commissioners, thank you.
Thank you, Neil. What do you guys want to do? You want to do 26 next, or you want to? Or 7? Let's do 7. Keely's coming.
I actually have the 6 and the 7 now, I think. Okay.
Okay. Then
6. Oh, I'm not gonna say 6.
we'll start.
I'm sorry. Oh, that's
6.
terrible.
6
Can I do
is
it?
consent
6, 7?
item number
Okay,
26,
good.
right? Is that right?
Oh, that was frightening. Good afternoon, Commissioners. So your previous consent agenda, item 26, now your regular agenda, item 6, is the Northwest Communications Tower Citizen Advisory Board. We are sunsetting that board and transferring the duties and responsibilities over to the Rec Advisory Board. There was a concern, I believe, so that was established by ordinance resolution number 98-117. That resolution had other things in it to include funding and the use of those funds. We are not repealing that resolution, so that funding remains the same, the use of that fund remains the same. This is just sunsetting the board and allowing another board, for sake of efficiencies and quorums, to take over those duties and responsibilities.
Commissioner Whitehurst?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My apologies to the board and to the residents here in the auditorium. I should have brought this up in briefing, but I didn't think of it. I had my briefing last Wednesday with the long weekend. I didn't get a chance to ask again, so I just needed to clarify that those funds would be, in fact, kept in the northwest part of the county, as was the original intent of the Northwest Tower funding mechanism. So with that confirmed, I'm good to go. I'm ready to make a motion whenever you're ready to hear one, Mr. Chair.
Do we need public comment for this?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Okay, at this time, we will hear public comment. Please come on up. Okay, seeing none, we will close public comment.
Okay, Commissioner Whitehurst?
Move to adopt Resolution 2026-
28.
sunsetting the Northwest Communications Tower Citizen Advisory Board and transferring its duties and responsibilities to the Recreation Advisory Board.
I will second that motion. Okay, let's vote. And that passes 4-0. Thank you very much. We're now on to agenda item number 7.
Correct. So this is use of the tree funding for conservation land acquisition. So at their November 4th meeting, you gave direction to identify potential funding opportunities to restore LAMP to its previous annual funding level of $2 million, an increase of $1.5 million above the current allocation of $500,000. One of the opportunities we looked at was the Tree Bank Fund. And let me give you the legal framework for the fund. It was established in your Land Development Code. The fund is a dedicated financial fund created to receive payments when protected trees are not replaced after removal. Two of the mechanisms are the tree inches lost, not replanted. So if a developer can't replant the required number of tree inches, they are allowed to pay into the tree fund. And the other mechanism is payment of fines if someone takes down trees and a fine is warranted. Under the Land Development Code, uses of the Tree Bank Fund are expressly stated. It's to purchase trees for county construction projects, capital improvement and landscaping projects, beautification projects, conservation, natural preserve area protection and enhancement, mitigation of environmental impacts, loss of treed acreage, and wildlife displacement through preservation and acquisition, affordable housing projects to meet tree inch requirements. Those are the uses of the tree fund. The Tree Bank Fund expressly gives acquisition authority. LDC expressly authorizes use of funds for preservation, land assessment, and acquisition. Applies where acquisition mitigates loss of treed acreage or wildlife displacement. Requires reasonable determination by the county administrator using environmental evaluation practices. LAMP, your Land Acquisition and Management Program, which was established by Ordinance 2021-38, is to acquire and conserve environmental, sensitive, historic, archaeological, or recreation lands. Focus on wildlife habitat, aquifer recharge, green space, and natural corridors and passive recreation. LAMP alignment with the tree fund. LAMP acquisitions preserves habitat and protects threatened and endangered species. Supports wildlife migration corridors and refuge from development. Certain properties can directly align with tree fund purposes related to environmental mitigation. Currently, under your LAMP, you have some top-ranked properties, which are listed before you. So some of those properties would align with the tree fund uses. Forested residential on the St. Johns River, your forested conservation area on County Road 13 South. Some of them, just going through the description, would not necessarily align with the use of tree bank funds. Residential historic, ranch lands, probably would not align. So the use of tree bank funds with LAMP is permissible. You have to make sure that the acquisition advances environmental protection, wildlife mitigation, and public benefit. It may be used alone or in combination with other conservation funding sources. The other aspects I want to point out is that your tree fund dollars is not an automatic recurring source of revenue. OMB put the numbers together. This is the revenues derived in the tree fund over the past 5 years. Again, the sources, it comes in from those two sources, so some years we receive monies at varying levels. Below that are your expenses. Generally, the expenses go to growth management. They use it for preservation and mitigation at our ROMAs, our regional offsite mitigation areas. Parks and Recreation uses those monies when they're putting in parks. If you look at the fiscal year 2026 budget, Parks and Recs has already set aside $200,000 for some of the new park work. Currently, we don't have anything. We have used in the past for land acquisition. If you look at the San Sebastian property, we used $2 million for that to assist in the purchase of that property, as well as we used for our Jacksport land purchase property. So we conclude that it is permissible to use tree fund dollars. It is permissible to transfer some land tree fund dollars to the LAMP. Currently, there is available tree fund dollars. Fiscal year 2026 reserve balance is $2.3 million. The other available monies would be reserves, general fund reserves.
Thank you. Any comments from the board? Just, Commissioner Taylor? Yeah, if you're ready.
I thought you were going to say something. Okay,
Yep, go ahead.
great. Yes, thank you very much for that information. I think just regarding that, as the liaison to the LAMP board, I know something that is concerning is just that many of the projects don't align and can't be used there. So I really feel that it would be in the best interest would be to take those funds from the general fund. So that way there are no restrictions. We already know that these tree funds are going to be put towards that. And we could definitely see from the county that they're using the tree funds already in a number of places throughout the county. So I would very much like to see those funds come from the general fund and not the tree fund. Thank you.
Mr. Whitehurst, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Taylor, for sharing that. I have a different view. I know that St. Johns County has been fortunate not to have been hit by a major storm in quite some time, but I can tell you that there are folks on our staff and around this county who remember when Matthew and Irma really devastated this county back to back, and I think you don't want to start setting the expectation that we can dip into those general fund reserves, especially when the board, made a policy decision to cut the millage rate so that we could save our residents some cash in their pockets. But making that policy decision means that we can't then retroactively go back into general fund reserves. I'm really pleased that we have the tree fund, because I want to bring the LAMP back up to where we had it, which was $2 million per year. I think it's an important conservation fund. It's something that we worked hard to get to this point. But I just want to be careful the way that we go after those general fund reserves, because all it takes is one big emergency. And then it's not, the county, this faceless, nameless, it's the residents of St. Johns County are then holding the bag. We need that money to be in place so that we can respond to an emergency if and when it happens.
Thank you. I just have one question. Is this a one-time thing for this year, and then we can look at the budget for LAMP next year? It's all right. This is a one-time thing?
Yes.
One-time thing. Okay. Okay. That was all the questions I had. And I guess going forward, I would want to know if there would be a motion. Are we, yeah, you're recognized.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve a budget transfer of $1.5 million from the Tree Bank Fund to LAMP for the acquisition of conservation lands.
Okay, we want to go to public comment now?
Do we need a second?
Yeah, we have a second.
Okay, at this time we will hear public comment on agenda item number 7. Please come forward. Seeing none, we will close public comment.
Come back to the board. We have a motion and a second. Go ahead and vote. And that passes 3-1. Thank you. Okay, on to agenda item number 8. Morning, afternoon.
Good afternoon. You have to let me know if you can hear me or not. Mic's a little low. So here we go. So I'm here from the December 16th board meeting. It was brought up during the commissioner updates to potentially provide a median opening on Shores Boulevard at Sevilla Drive. And so I'm here to present some background information and safety analysis on that.
You may have to get a little closer to the microphone, sorry.
There we go. All right, yeah. So here to provide some background and safety information on the discussion from last meeting, December 16th, about a median opening on Shores Boulevard at Sevilla Drive. So for background, Shores Boulevard is a collector road that provides access to the St. Augustine Shores community from US 1. Shores Boulevard as a whole is a 4-lane divided collector road, with exception to a 1-mile portion on the south end that is currently being widened to a 4-lane divided road through the San Antonio PUD. No median opening was provided at the Sevilla Drive intersection because the median spacing did not meet the minimum requirements per code. And so just an overview on minimum median spacing. Major collectors are intended to protect public safety, general welfare, and provide for mobility of people and goods, and preserve the functional integrity of the county roadway system. Median spacing standards limit points of ingress and egress to ensure safety and efficiency. In our code, table 603A, it allows for a full median opening every 660 feet on Shores Boulevard. And just 209 feet away from Sevilla Drive, there is a full median opening, which is why it didn't meet that minimum standard. So here's an overview of what is currently permitted and was approved by staff. So here's kind of the four-laning overview of it. There's a full median opening at Domenico Circle on the left. There's a full median opening at a multifamily complex just to the west of Sevilla. That's 400 feet from Sevilla Drive, which also doesn't meet the minimum spacing standard. And then just 209 feet to the east is Cortez Drive with a full median opening. So here's just a view from Sevilla looking at the improvements that are currently ongoing. You can see the grass median with no opening. And so with the current approved plan, here is the access to Sevilla. Sevilla is highlighted in yellow, and in red is one route, and in green is another route. So if you take the red route, you would turn left at Domenico Circle, which has a full opening, and then you would go to Sevilla and turn right and have access. And then this is coming from US 1. If you take the green route, you would do a U-turn at the full opening at Cortez, which is to the east of Sevilla, and then turn right into Sevilla. And so here's just what's existing is on the left with no median, and then a concept of if this was to move forward would be on the right. And so from a safety analysis, staff went out and did a stopping site distance analysis, and it meets the minimum requirements for that. Anytime you add a full median opening, it provides a conflict point, which is just where opposing traffic has the chance to interact. And so there is that, which is kind of why we have those median spacing standards in the first place. And so next steps, it's staff's opinion of probable cost that the construction for the new median opening is $50,000 approximately, and an additional $10,000 is estimated for engineering, for permitting, and project closeout. There's no current budget allocated for this work, so should the board choose to move forward with construction of the access point, we would need funds appropriated. And that's all I've got. If you have any questions.
Any questions from the board? Let's go to public comment.
Okay. At this time, we will hear public comment on agenda item number 8.
Hi, well, or thank you for hearing us on this issue. I'm Ray Coletti from Sevilla Drive. As the engineer stated, we have no crossover. So a few of us actually thought we'd check in, and we did a survey on what existing crossovers there are throughout the shores and close to us. And we found that the existing crossovers that have been there 35 years or more are closer than what the engineers are saying is deemed for safety. So we actually named the streets that have less than, actually it's less than 1/10 of a mile, which ours has more than these streets. There would be more space between our crossover and the next crossover than many of the streets already on Shores Boulevard that do have crossovers. The names of these streets that have smaller distances between their crossovers, and they're saying are deemed dangerous. I don't believe there's been accidents. I've lived there 25 years and I don't even know of one. These are closer than ours would be. These streets are Domenico, Cortez, the golf course opening across, Casuarina Circle, Trevino, the second Casuarina Circle, Sedona. And these are just examples of some right by us, right by where our crossover would be. And these are, like I said, much smaller than ours is from existing other crossovers that they're saying would be a danger if they put in ours. So if the others aren't a danger and they're even closer than ours would be, why can't we have one? We also are the only street, the only one, and there are many streets in the Shores that are on Shores Boulevard. Every one of them has a crossover except Sevilla Drive. Now we're being left out, we're being penalized for a new development, that came in. The one street that has less than 1/10 of a mile has 25 houses on it. They have 2 crossovers. That's right by us. On either side, actually, they come out. And our street has, I believe, how many houses?
59, I think.
59 houses compared to these 25. They have 2 crossovers. We have none. And they're right there by us. So we feel that the fact that it's a danger for us to have a crossover does not compute.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm Juanita Yates. I live on Sevilla also, 408. And going along with what Ray had to say, we are the only street in all of the Shores that has been penalized by the new development that's come in. Everybody else has got all these, the new development has 2 crossovers. We have nothing. And I've been living there for 17 years and never had a problem being able to get across the Shores. And now I've got to go down and make a U-turn, which is not particularly safe. The place where they've got the crossover there, it's only wide enough for one car, one small car. And the other day, the car in front of me was making that U-turn. I came in behind him. I was blocking the traffic road. I was blocking the road. A big dump truck comes up behind me. So it's not particularly safe. And also, when you make that U-turn there, the traffic coming up in the opposite direction is coming up over a hill. So you're sitting there, and you've got to judge where the traffic is coming up over that hill before you can make your U-turn. And also, whenever you make that U-turn, there is a house sitting there on Shores, and you're turning right into the front of their house. They're getting all the headlights at night. And I understand their mailbox has been taken out a couple of times already, and there is a fire hydrant sitting right there. I'm waiting for that to go. So, a friend of ours had a conversation with a policeman who looked at the intersection and said it was ridiculous. There is no way that a emergency vehicle could get through there. We've got a lot of older people on that street. Plus, we've had some fires there because we back up to the woods. And they said there's no way that a vehicle could make that U-turn. Now, if we go down to Domenico, which I've checked that, and if I did Domenico over to my house, it's a little over a mile. And I don't want to have to drive an extra mile every time I come and go from my house. So I feel that, we're being penalized because of this new development whenever they enlarge the roads to make it 4-lane. So, thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Hi, Denise Locke, Sevilla Drive. Been here a couple of times before. Just to start out, U-turns are not safe, okay? I've already had scares doing it. I tried to turn around to go to the condos to pick something up, and no one's coming when I turn out of Sevilla, and you have to get into the left lane, you have to slow down to make the U-turn. And as I'm doing that, I check my rear mirror. I've already got somebody up my wazoo because they've come over the hill. Coming home at night, I've made the U-turn twice. I've gotten blinded by the sun because when you turn around, you're heading directly west. And so the sun was right in my face, and I had to like stop the car because I couldn't even see where I was going. So safety, I get it on paper. It's sort of like parenting. Everybody knows how to parent. So you have kids, you know, like try driving it, you know. Going down Domenico, there's 7 driveways, 2 golf carts, and a street. Kids playing with balls, pedestrians walking in the middle of the street. That's not safe, adding another 50 cars going down there. I mean, sorry, get nervous. So Cortez, which Ray referred to, is a small horseshoe with 25 houses, 2 openings. That's where they expect us to make the U-turn. Close it. They've got a way in and out. They can still go out the our end and take a right. The only thing they can't do is go out and take a left, which they can make the trip down to Sable Estates and make the U-turn. It's probably, there's only 5, maybe 6 houses on that end of Cortez. So it affects a large, different amount of community people. And, you know, I don't like spending the $10,000 either. Had we been able to see plans before it's made, we might have been able to have some input. But when no one notified us that after 30 years of houses, we're all of a sudden not going to have access to our street. And like she said, the median's narrow. You got 1 small car. So if there's 2 of us coming, we're going to be blocking that left lane. And believe me, people don't do 30 miles an hour on Shores Boulevard. And, you know, you're lucky if they're doing 40. So anyway, safety and the emergency vehicles is another thing. Poor Dottie in the house, they've got cars. She's got 2 young I think it's 2. I know she has grandchildren in that house that are at risk with people flying up that street already. Never mind having to swing by somebody making the U-turn, or somebody's looking to turn into Cortez as we're trying to make the U-turn. It's not a very big opening. So, you know, if need be, make 1 giant opening or change it from Cortez to us if the distance is an issue. But I think it's wrong to have it the way it is. I think it's dangerous, and I think you're going to find there'll be accidents and problems.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other public comments at this time? Okay, seeing none, we will close public comment.
Okay, do we have any comments from any of the commissioners?
Yes. Okay.
Commissioner Whitehurst, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Clint, I've got a question for you. So, Mr. Lynch, the distance between, because Cortez has 2 different openings onto Shores Boulevard. I'm looking at my map here, so this is not scientific, but what's the distance between the opening from Cortez to Demonico? Do we know what that distance is?
I don't. I can get that calculation for you, though.
Yeah, that'd be good to have. I mean, what we're talking about here would be opening another median cut that would be 209 feet away from the nearest median cut. Is that right? 209 feet away. That's less than 1/3 of the county's standard for what would qualify as a median cut.
It's 209 feet from Cortez, and then it's 400 feet from the multifamily to the west.
Okay. So we've got basically 2 conflicts there of
Yes,
our standard.
Yes, sir.
Are you working up the distance now?
To Domenico Circle, yeah.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that.
So staff just texted me. It's about 1,500 feet.
So the
from
opening
Domenico
between
Circle.
Cortez and Demonico is 1,500 feet.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's over twice the standard. Okay. Well, my thoughts are this is the only time I can talk to the commissioners on this board is I have a hard time going against staff's recommendation. We have professional engineers. Ladies, I appreciate you coming and voicing your opinion. I've been in customer service all my life. All I want to do is make you happy. That's what I want to do. But I've got professional engineers telling me that it would create conflicts, that it could be potentially dangerous. And so I'm having a hard time voting to spend. I hear you. I heard you. Okay. Well, I'm just letting y'all know I'm having a hard time going against our staff. This is what they do for a living. It's 1/3 the recommended standard. So that's where I'm at on it.
Thank you. Commissioner Taylor, do you have anything?
No, my only question is, if you could, Mr. Lynch, I'm just a little bit confused by Cortez with only 25 homes, and then the other has more than 50 homes. What was the rationale?
Yeah, so the rationale is just looking at our spacing standards in our code. And so if, again, just to the west of Sevilla Drive is a multifamily complex with a full median opening, and that's 400 feet away. So if we were to shift, during the design of it all, if we were to recommend shifting Cortez's opening to Sevilla, it still wouldn't have fallen within those minimum spacing parameters in our code. So it'd be 400 feet. The code is 660 feet minimum.
Okay. Thank you.
Anything else? I went out there yesterday on the motorcycle, and I rode all over this place. Made U-turns, went down Sevilla, went down to Monaco, went down Shores Boulevard. I could see what the neighbors are talking about. There's not a deceleration lane for them to get out of the way to make a U-turn. They're making a U-turn right in the middle of the 4-lane. So I'm personally going to support this. I'm going to actually try to make a motion to give direction to staff to see about planning for this. So that'll be my motion. And what's a better way to word that? I make a motion to direct staff to plan this cut. Is that good? To bring back a plan to cut Sevilla Drive?
So it's you want to direct staff to prepare and come back with a plan and costs related to the cut through of the median.
Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah, thanks. That's my motion. Do we have a second? Without a second, that motion dies. So, anything else from the board? Okay, we'll move now to Commissioner comments. Can we start with you, Commissioner Arnold? You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say thank you again to our incredible staff for putting on that infrastructure delivery update. I know it was a long video. I know there were some complaints about it, but it's been a full year of amazing progress. And I think it was really important for our residents to see all that. So I know y'all worked really, really hard on it. Thank you, Ms. Andrews. Thank you to all the directors, the whole team. It was fabulous. And I just wanted to say Happy New Year. That'll conclude my report.
Thank you so much. Mr. Winters? You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got a couple of things, a little bit of business. I got a call from Bill Dudley. We've all been out to Veterans Village. We know the good work that they do. The Veterans Council, the Veterans Village, they ask for so little. They raise a lot of money. They're doing a ton of good for our homeless veterans in St. Johns County. So they're seeking a grant for $125,000. So I'm going to try and get board approval for this. Before I do that, I'm going to have to move to suspend board rule 4.304 regarding funding limitation. Do I have a second?
We have a second. Yes, we do. Do we need to?
No, it's a non-debatable rule. We just vote.
Let's vote.
Yeah.
Okay,
All
that
right,
passes 4-0 to suspend 4.304.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So having suspended the rule, I'm going to seek board approval for $125,000 in funding to Home Again St. John's for Veterans Village and authorize the county administrator to enter into a funding agreement.
Second.
We have a second. Okay, vote.
We need public comment.
Do we need public comment on this one? Cancel the vote.
Okay, at this time, we will hear public comment. Come on up.
Charlie Hunt, Mill Creek Estates. Why wasn't this on the agenda? I mean, it's 125K and just out of the blue for them to request 125K at the end of this entire day to get voted. Isn't there is there something respectful to have it on the agenda? Is there something just say, we'd like to get 125K and the cause and the purpose and for who it's for and what it's for and all this. So we'll hide everything until the end when nobody's here, okay? Let's put it out. Something like that, it is effective. It is, it's, let's see what you got. When you wanna hide the money until the end, all of a sudden, just out of the blue, this came in. There was an emergency call. You go to the bat phone or something. 125K just like that, just out of. Can the people have a word in what to say? Not at the end. Put it on the agenda. Come on. Don't just hide it. Put it out. Go ahead. You know what? It's just showing how everything is just getting covered over, and to make me look nice, I'll just wait till the end and don't put it on don't let the public know. Maybe the public want to come out here and say yay or nay. The point of the matter is trying to throw it in at the very end. This is almost, I always see it on the news, where these Democrats throw stuff at the end, or these Republicans throw stuff at the end. It doesn't matter. It's the professional manner of how it's being carried out, of just at the end, throw it in, and we'll get a vote amongst ourselves. You can go ahead and question my this is a good reflection of how this county or this commission work. I want to throw it in at the end. Come on.
Judy Spiegel, 101 Green Willow Way. I can't imagine anybody in this county going against the veterans getting some money for Home Against St. John's. That's all I gotta say.
BJ Kalady, West City of St. Augustine. That's exactly what I was talking about. Transparency, TRANSPARENCY. Don't have it. That's why it should be at the beginning so people could know and maybe they could speak. And Mr. Dudley was here. Mr. Dudley was here this morning. Pledge allegiance. Did he have any idea that it was going to be brought up at the end? There's been some conversation probably with Mr. Dudley. How would you know how much money to ask for? Why are we stopping at 125? They can use a lot more money. That's not the point. TRANSPARENCY. And I truly am appalled at the fact that one commissioner cross-examined another commissioner and wouldn't even answer a question. But that's fine. You know, we can see what we have up here and we'll get to vote again. Just remember that, folks, you're going to get to vote again. And I'm glad that this is out there and the people can look and see what's happening. Because some people may be just speaking out so that they can get a higher job someplace. So we're looking at it. And voting counts, folks. I don't care how you vote. But please vote and be knowledgeable whenever you're doing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments at this time?
Well, there's a comment from the chair. I just want to say that I'm shocked and appalled at the accusations that get slung around here under the guise of public comment. I'm shocked and appalled. I had no idea he was going to bring this up, but if I had known about it, I'd bring it up myself. This is ridiculous, the treatment that people have to take from people who have no idea what's going on. Mr. Whitehurst.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say this. I accept the criticism for bringing this up at the end of the meeting. I was not made aware that this request was coming in from Mr. Dudley until the agenda had already been published. So if you want to criticize me, I accept that. If you want to call a lack of transparency, then I accept that too. I accept all your criticism. But let me say this. I don't think we are worth our salt as a society unless we take care of our veterans. I don't think we're worth much at all if we don't take care of our veterans. This is coming from Bill Dudley. He's the longtime chair of the Veterans Council. He's widely recognized around our state and in some parts of the country. He doesn't take a dime. He doesn't want me to say stuff like this. He travels at his expense. He takes care of veterans at his expense. He doesn't take a penny from any organizations to cover the expenses of what he does for veterans. Home Again St. John's, the Veterans Village, we've all been out there. We all understand the good work that they're doing just to help our veterans in St. Johns County. So for this reason, yes, at the end of the meeting, I'm bringing this up, and I accept your criticism for doing that.
I just have a quick question.
Yes, ma'am. You are recognized.
Yes, thank you very much. If I could just ask a question, I would just like clarification. Is this a grant? You mentioned a veterans grant. Can you just confirm? Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, still getting used to the new system. Yeah, this would be a one-time grant of $125,000 just for this fiscal year. I'm obviously going to be speaking with Colonel Dudley and others that maybe we want to include this funding, if he anticipates future funding, to include it in the budget process so that folks have ample opportunity to give their thoughts.
Okay.
I just have a question. Was this grant approved last year? Please quit doing that. Was this grant approved last year?
Yes, sir. Yes,
what
sir.
about the year before that?
I'm not sure we did it the year before. I think last year was the first year that we had the Veterans Village that was operational. But I know that we did allocate some funding for Home Again St. John's from our ARPA dollars, which every county got ARPA dollars, some may remember. So this has been a project that's been discussed publicly for years. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Chris Taylor, anything else?
No.
Let's vote. Let me put my glasses on. Was that 4-0? Passes 4-0. Thank you, Commissioner Taylor.
Mr. Chair, I would like to just make for the sake of clarification, the funding source is going to be general fund reserve.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I've still got a couple more things.
Yep, sorry.
On my commissioner reports.
Mr. Whitehurst, you didn't push the button again.
I know. I'm still getting used to it. Forgive me. There's a learning curve here. I do want to end on a good note. We started the meeting with good news with all the infrastructure updates. I want to end the meeting with some good news. January 31st, the Field of Dreams is having their season opening day ceremonies. It's in my district, but I will tell you, I've never met anybody who came out to Field of Dreams opening day ceremony that didn't leave with a big goofy smile across their face. There are kids who've never gotten to be on a team for anything, who are running around that field. The hot dogs are free. We don't charge, I say we, Chuck Forestier, George Vancouver, the guys who put together Field of Dreams, they don't charge anybody for anything. And it pulls in kids from Nassau, Clay, Flagler County, Duval County, but it's primarily for St. Johns County kids, and it is a wonderful, wonderful event up at Aberdeen Park at 11 o'clock in the morning on January 31st. And the last bit of good news to round out my report is some of you may have seen the news story that came out that St. Johns County is the only county in the country with a population of over 300,000 people that did not have a criminal homicide in the year 2025. So some of y'all can talk to the sheriff and ask him how he pulled that off. But I thought that was a testament to the good work of our St. Johns County Sheriff's Office and the residents who live here. I mean, we live in a wonderful, wonderful place with great people. And I thought that was a pretty incredible stat. That concludes my report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Whitehurst. Commissioner Taylor?
Yes, thank you. And on that note, I think I'm going to go right into another sheriff's story so we can get my pictures up. We do an amazing sheriff's department, and I'm really excited to share some photos that I received from Sergeant Michael Clark last week. And these are from 2 recent homeless camp cleanups on Ponce de Leon. One's across from the library, and the other is across from the Village Inn. And both were very visible from the general public. And they were both cleaned up, and they had 3 trailers full of trash. As you can just see how many bags in that one photo. Starting this month, the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office, their re-entry outreach team has initiated something called Operation Sword. And they will address any occupants residing within the camps and offer services and resources to potentially help these individuals out of homelessness. And once the occupants are vacated from the camp, they have work squads that come in, they remove all the debris, and this program will help dramatically to reduce homelessness in our county through group efforts with community resource partners and the St. Johns County Sheriff's Office. This encampment resolution program has started this month, and it's going to be running through March of this year. So please contact Sergeant Michael Clark at the contact info that's on the screen. And I just want to thank Sergeant Clark so much for all he does for our county. We are so blessed to have someone like him in this county. We're just so blessed. So God bless him and what he does. Also, I did want to comment on, I really appreciated Sunny Fatima and Arthur Colbert this morning. They were speaking on the St. Augustine Compassionate Village, and there is a huge need in St. Johns County with the growing senior population and limited access to services. I welcome the opportunity to become Florida's model county for our aging in place. And seniors want to be independent for as long as possible. And this program can really help with that. So I'm very proud to support the First Village in Northeast Florida. And we're so fortunate to have it right here, possibly in our backyard. So I would love to talk to each of you and see if I could get consensus to support funding for this amazing nonprofit. I know the city of St. Augustine has committed to $20,000. I think this morning they were asking for at least $40,000 to help them get started and get launched soon. So I would just love some feedback. I don't know if we're ready today or if we'd like to bring it back as an agenda item, but I'm just really excited about this program that can really help our seniors.
Commissioner Whitehurst, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I love what they do. I think it's a great suggestion, Commissioner Taylor, and I'd be supportive of it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think you have consensus.
Fabulous. So do we vote on that for the 40,000? No, we don't.
No. We'll take it to staff.
So is the consensus to bring you back a funding agreement? So we have to enter into an agreement in order to get, we have to enter into an agreement, so I need to research the nonprofit and set up the deliverables. We already have that with Veterans Village because we did it last year, so we kind of already know that funding agreement. Yeah. But since this would be a new nonprofit for the county, I would need to look at their status and figure out the deliverables for them. So we can bring you back that agreement.
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I know this is new, so great. Thank you. Thank you for your support, everybody. And then just real quick as well, I know that we are all aware that Night of Lights officially ended on January 11th. I attended a Community Alliance meeting the very next day on January 12th, and I heard a lot of feedback from residents and business owners. I did a walking tour with Mayor Nancy Sykes-Klein on December 26th. She helped pick that date. It was a very quiet evening. I'm being sarcastic, but yeah, it was a very busy Friday night. We rode the shuttle from the county building, and we did a kind of a behind-the-scenes look at Night of Lights. And I look forward to learning more details about how the changes that were implemented this year went and what changes need to be worked on going forward. The shuttles did have a significant increase in usage this year. Last year, there were around 19,000 riders that used the shuttle. This year, there were around 76,000. riders that use the shuttle, so significant increase in the shuttles. Also, the new Night of Lights app, our first year with that new Night of Lights app, had over 60,000 downloads of that. So we'll be learning more about that. But I was downtown this past holiday weekend, MLK weekend, as we all know, a big 3-day weekend. And unfortunately, Friday evening as well as Sunday evening were very, very, very slow. So Saturday, not so much, but Friday and Sunday were unfortunately very, very slow. But anyway, so that just about concludes, again, my deepest sympathy and prayers for Commissioner Joseph at this time. And just, I know I can't even imagine what she's going through right now. So, but thank you.
Thank you. I just have a couple things. I'd also want to add my voice to yours and say my deepest sympathies to Commissioner Joseph. She's gone through an awful lot this year, and losing her husband today and her own personal health battle. I just wanted to give my deepest condolences and just remind her that we're here for whatever she would need. I know we have consensus for that. So just one thing I would like to say, give you an update. Went to DC last week. We got a chance to talk about our build grants. We've actually applied for 2 build grants through the federal government of $25 million each. We got commitments for support letters from Senator Scott, Senator Moody, Representative Fine, Representative Rutherford, Representative Petronas, and Representative Donalds. We also got an opportunity to go to DOT, and we've already received back communications from the staffer that we met with about support and guidance for those grants. So we're very encouraged by the visit that we had to push this forward. The build grants would cover $25 million of the State Road 16 widening and $25 million of the 2209 County Road 210 interchange, which we so desperately need. Those are organic choke points that a fix will go a long ways towards helping, especially people coming out of Jacksonville going home on 2209 in the afternoon. So it was a good, productive meeting. We really feel like we're in a good position to get those grants, and that's my report. Ms. Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a good news to share on behalf of Neoshinkree. The utility department received a rating increase this morning from Moody's Ratings. They upgraded St. Johns County water and sewer bonds to AA1, assigns AA1 to 2026 bonds and stable outlook. And I'm just going to read a couple sentences from this report. I think that's worth noting. The upgrade to AA1 reflects the enterprise's exceptional cash position and strong debt service coverage, which consistently exceeds projections. The stable outlook reflects strong management, a growing customer base, and adequate capacity. And Neil and I wanted to congratulate the team, specifically wanted to give a shout out to James Galley, Wade Schroeder, and Jesse Dunn for their diligent work and their stewardship for our financial responsibility. And I also do wanted to share that I have just communicated with Commissioner Joseph, and my thoughts and prayers are with her and her family, and she's going to share with more service details, and I'll make sure that everybody receives that information. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Commando.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to offer, on behalf of myself and OCA, our sincere condolences to Commissioner Joseph and her family.
Thank you so much. Without further business, we are adjourned.
gotta get the signatures. They're gonna do it the same. They're warmed up though. Feels better now though. It is better than it was. But as soon as I get the stuff from the clerk, I'll